Are all the board members on? Welcome everyone to the Shelby Township Board of Trustees meeting here on June 16th, 2020. Here to do the invocation is Pastor Tom Fisher from Good Life Church. It's in Rochester Hills. It's a multi-site church in Macomb and Oakland counties. And if you want more information about that church, please go to goodlifechurch.net. Again, that's goodlifechurch.net. Pastor Fisher, welcome.
Yes, good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to do so. The purpose of our invocation, God's blessings on our proceedings. And so would you please bow your heads as I pray. Dear wise and loving Father, each time we come to you with thanksgiving, we give you thanks for our community. We give you thanks for the many blessings we celebrate and enjoy in this community. We thank you for the excellence you have given in our schools. We thank you for the many businesses and opportunities which we have in our township. We thank you for the safety and enjoyment, which means so much to all to us in our community. We thank you for the celebration of freedom of our exercise of religion within this community. And we thank you for all our township leaders, department heads, staff, and all who serve our community with a passion for excellence in service, integrity, and honor. Tonight we pray for our supervisor, for our trustees, and for all those who serve the township at various levels. As our meeting begins, we come before you, Lord, asking that you would graciously grant us a sense of the welfare and true needs of our people, a keen thirst for justice and rightness, bold confidence to assert and reassert those God-given values which form the basis for a stable, safe, and healthy community. But most of all, we pray that you, Father, would send your Holy Spirit to give us wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and circumstances at hand this evening. Enable us to work together in harmony and respect, even when there may be honest disagreement. And when our work is done, may the absolute unconditional love and forgiveness of Jesus Christ be shared and celebrated, that we might leave from this place united in purpose, united in values, and united in thanksgiving for the blessed community you have given us. In the blessed name of our God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Pastor Tom Fisher of Good Life Church, thank you very much. And again, that's goodlifechurch.net, goodlifechurch.net. We thank you very much.
Thank you, and God bless you to all of you in your proceedings.
Thank you. Mr. Grote, can you please take the roll call?
Yes. Lisa Casali.
Here.
Michael Flynn. Michael Flynn.
Can you ask the meeting host to allow the trustees to unmute themselves?
Yes.
But I'm here.
Yep, thank you.
Okay. Roger, Rick Stefficus.
Yes.
John Vermeulen.
Here.
Here. Lynn Wilhelm.
Here.
All present, Mr. Supervisor.
Okay, thank you. Did you mention Mr. Viviano?
Yeah, he's in.
Here.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda that has been presented?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Supervisor.
Yes.
Approve consent agenda as follows. A, minutes board 9/20, work session June 3rd, 2020, board meeting June 4th, 2020. Move to approve the minutes as presented. B, acceptance of proposal for grass and weed cutting services. Concur with the recommendation of Building Director Tim Wood and accept the grass and weed cutting services from Excel Landscaping. Acceptance of proposal for litter and debris disposal. Move to concur with the recommendation of Building Director Tim Wood. Accept the proposal for litter and debris disposal services from Landscaping. D, award contract, disinfectant spraying. Move to give our blood the authority to select and contract with the local bidder for the electrostatic disinfectant spraying buildings and vehicles. The decision will be made by June 19, 2020. The bid was based on per application and will be contracted on an as-needed basis. All the will be billed appropriately, proportionally charges. E, election worker wage scale. Move to recommendation of Clerk Stanley Grout and approve the revised election worker scale for the Charter Township of Shelby as presented. All trust investment change. Move to invest $2,200,000 of the township OPEB trust assets into the Vanguard extended debt fund and rebalance the remaining portfolio among existing based upon the investment consultants attached recommendation. G, resolution to adopt the 2025 Macomb County Hazard Mitigation Plan. Adopt the Macomb County Hazard Mitigation Plan for years 2020 till 2025 as submitted. H, cancellation of June 20 regular board meeting. Move to cancel the Board of Trustees for July 7, 2020. Final item on consent is June 7, 2020 bill run in the amount of $2,195,15.35. Mr. Chairman, I move to agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Groat, seconded by Mr. Flynn. Thank you for that, Mr. Groat. Please take the roll.
Stanley Grout, yes. Michael Flynn,
Yes.
Rick Stefficus,
Yes.
John Vermeulen,
Yes.
Viano,
Yes.
okay, Lynn Wilhelm,
Yes.
and Lisa Lisa, you on?
Yeah, you got to get Lisa.
Your sound isn't on.
We know that.
Lisa on? Lisa Casali,
There you
Got
go.
it. Got it. I couldn't unmute. Thank you. Yes.
okay, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Groat, can you hear me?
I said motion carries.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Great. Next, if you could please put the agenda up, we'll run through that. There we go. Item number 1 will be the Shelby Road sidewalk, Montgomery Drive to middle branch of Clinton River. 2 will be the recommendation of the police department to approve the purchase of a policy software from, and we'll have more information about that. Number 3 is a resolution of support from the Macomb Department of Transportation TAP grant for local residential trail connector. Number 4 will be the state of emergency extension. And number 5, discussion regarding Police Chief Robert Schley.
Sure.
Motion, please.
Mr. Supervisor?
Yes, Mr. Groat.
Move to approve the regular agenda as presented with the removal of item number resolution of support for MDOT. That request was asked by Mr. Youngblood and one of the Item 3 will be out.
Thank you. Who would like to second?
Support.
Motion made by Mr. Grote and seconded by Ms. Wilhelm. And by the way, when you make a motion or second it, if you could do what Ms. Wilhelm did and put your hand up, that would help me out a lot. Thank you very much. Roll call, please. Any discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
All right, Stanley Grote, yes. Within Wilhelm,
Yes.
Lisa, Ca-
Yes.
Michael Flynn,
Yes.
Rick Steffikis,
Yes.
John Vermeulen,
Yes. Yes.
and Vince Viviano.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Grote. Next is public comment. And just so you know how this works, we will have public comment now, but you must speak only on the agenda items. And then after we're done with the agenda items, after we go through all 5, there will be another chance for you to discuss pretty much anything you want, as long as it's got something to do with Shelby Township. So here's how it will work during this meeting one more time. You each will have 3 minutes to speak, which is pursuant to our board adopted policy. Feel free to ask questions, but I nor anyone else from the board will be answering them during your 3 minutes. I can't allow this to turn into a debate, so nobody will be allowed to chime in during your time. Our attorney will keep a log of the questions you are asking, and we will complete all of these questions from all of the speakers, and we will answer them to the best of our ability, as we have done in the prior 2 meetings. We will do that, and the public comment section of this meeting then will be over. But to reiterate, we will not be answering your questions during your 3-minute time period. So please list all of your questions at once, and we will come back to them. Promise. At the end, we will come back to all of them. And please understand that everyone's microphone will be muted. You will not have control over your microphone. This allows us to maintain some civility during this meeting. And we'll be utilizing Zoom's virtual hand raising function to keep track of who would like to speak tonight. So when someone's 3 minutes is up and you want to speak, please put your hand up, okay? To let our host know that you'd like to speak, here are the instructions. If you're on a computer, click on the button that says participants towards the bottom of your screen. Then a column will appear on the right. Then press a button that says raise hand. Now, if you're using a Zoom app on your smartphone, there are dots on the lower right-hand corner. Press that button and then press raise hand, okay? There's a little button, raise hand. This is for smartphones. And if you're calling by phone tonight, simply press 9 and the host will be notified that you'd like to speak. *9. And it's *9, I'm sorry, *9. Now, we will now begin public comment, and please pay attention. The meeting host will be calling on you by name or phone number. So please pay attention. Thank you. Who would like to go first, if anyone?
Katie Medlock?
Yes, thank you. I would like to speak on the matter of Police Chief Shalide. I live in Shelby Township. And what I'd like to say today is, I understand you're taking a vote this evening. I want to remind you all that your job in this matter is not to protect this man from the scrutiny of the public. He is supposed to serve. Your job in this matter is to protect us, the community, from someone in a position of power who has eagerly expressed his desire to cause us harm. Today, you need to protect us. No police officer, let alone a police chief, should be salivating at the opportunity to put people, in his own words, into body bags. I don't care if he's talking about someone exercising their First Amendment rights or someone committing a crime. If this officer of the law is starting his day begging for an opportunity to send someone to their grave, he is unfit for his position, a danger to our township, and must be removed immediately. I sincerely hope you all have open eyes tonight and recognize this unbelievable threat this man poses to our community, and that you take the appropriate and correct action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Phone number ending in 514-248-514. Your hand is raised. Would you like to speak?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Here.
Okay. I'm Leslie Rott-Welsbacher from Beverly Hills. I spoke last time and wrote a letter to the board about my interactions with Robert Shelby when he worked at the Southfield Police Department. For those who say he has a clean record, I suspect he has simply never been held accountable for his actions because the hateful, vile words he posted on Twitter showed exactly who he is. The Southfield police seem to think that Robert Shelby was the best they had to represent him. And as your chief of police, he should represent the best of your community. If he really is the best you have, your best is woefully not good enough. Defenders were quick to say that outsiders were hijacking the situation. But he posted on Twitter, a worldwide forum. What did you expect would happen? You don't have to live in Shelby Township or be on the board to know the difference between right and wrong. And clearly, some on the board seem to be waffling on that. You seem to suggest that Robert Shelby's tweets are just words, but then you expect your words to matter, that stating he doesn't represent you is enough. If he truly doesn't represent you, prove it. Do something about it. You say the chief's words don't represent you, but your lack of action, empathy, and sincerity go against that. The chief's actions lead to only one conclusion. He needs to be fired, and he needs to find a new line of work. His words are racist, and if you do not fire him, you are all responsible because you know what he is capable of, and you did nothing. I just hope, due to mounting public pressure, including a petition with nearly 1,100 signatures, you do the right thing and look deeper at your personal beliefs and privilege so that the next time something like this occurs in your city, you will speak and act out quickly and definitively against it. As white people, we no longer have the right to remain silent. We have to speak out about racism where and when we see it. In the words of Martin Luther King Jr., justice too long delayed is justice denied. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for coming in. Who wants to go next?
Username Bob Must Go.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Bob must go. 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 Bob must go.
Okay, I
Bob
think
must go.
sir, I think we've got your message, and I wanted to give you enough time in case anyone didn't understand it. So I think we can move on now, and I want to thank you for coming in. Thank you so much. Who would like to go next?
Thank you.
Okay.
Abby N.
Yes, please. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I am commenting once again to urge you to fire Chief Shelby. His comments were despicable and they reflect beliefs that cannot be held by a person of authority. People have said that the chief's comments aren't a big deal because of the First Amendment, which they clearly misunderstand, and because he was just sharing his opinion as a private citizen. His opinion, once again, that civilian protesters are subhuman savages and barbarians and should be sent home in body bags. The problem is that this particular private citizen is also the chief of police and is in a position of authority, and he is therefore able to act on his opinion with the full weight of the law behind him. That's not okay. People have said that the chief's comments don't directly reference race, so they can't be racist. That is false. The comments he made are deeply rooted in racism. Every single one of us could benefit from brushing up on the definitions and the nuances and the examples of covert, overt, and systemic racism. People have said that they know the chief personally and that he's a good man with a good heart. He's a good officer, a good leader, good reputation. His tweets and his online comments prove that these people do not know him as well as they thought they did, and that his reputation is only going to last until his mask slips. A good leader should never disparage citizens with racially charged insults or advocate for the killing of citizens. It's also a known fact that you can be good to some people while being terrible to others, and that you can be good to some people while abusing your position of power. People break the law. They do. The chief has made it clear that when people break the law, he thinks it's appropriate as an officer of the law to dole out punishment himself, sometimes in the form of death, body bags. In the last meeting, I asked a specific question, and the answer I got was too general to address my concerns, so I'm going to ask it again. I asked specifically about the township police force receiving killology training from specifically Dave Grossman. I would urge you to look into this man's training protocols and retrain or potentially fire every officer who has studied his work. Dave Grossman's philosophy basically paints all citizens as terrorists and murderers and deviants in need of a bullet. Anyone who ascribes to this philosophy should be removed from the force. Someone who makes comments like the chief did, regardless of the circumstances, does not belong in a position of power. He does not belong on a police force, and he does not belong as the chief of police. You need to fire him. Thank you.
15 seconds.
I'm all done. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for coming in, and we will get to that question at the end. Thank you.
Abby, would you like to share where you're from?
I'm right on the border of Shelby Township in Sterling Heights.
Thank you.
Phone number 586 ending in 781.
Yes, I'm here. I've heard a lot of comments about people basing their opinion off of what they've read online. I don't know Chief Slide, but I have met him. I'm a resident of Shelby Township. I don't know if it was at National Night Out, the fireworks, or at some event I have spoken to him. He appeared to be a man that's passionate about this job, who cares about the citizens in the city. He spoke to me about a program for my son to join, the youth program that we're very interested in getting into. It was cut down this year because of COVID. I know a lot of people are putting their 2 cents in that don't live in Shelby Township, but I do. And last year I paid about $9,000 in property taxes to live here. And I go to bed every night sleeping under the blanket of protection that the Shelby Township police provide for me. And I'm grateful that Chief Slide's at the helm. So all this other, the rhetoric about racism, I've seen no racist remarks. Let's let the politics be the politics, and let's think about the job that this man does for the citizens who pay for him to be here. That's all I have to say, sir.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Phone number 248 ending in 340.
Division.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Schmidt. I currently live in Shelby Township. I've been a resident of Shelby Township since 1961. Since 1993, I've owned and operated a business in Shelby Township. Words and action. Chief Shalide's words were crass and hurtful to some, and I do understand the outrage. But let me tell you about his action. Last year, my daughter was beaten by her ex-husband. She ended up in the hospital for weeks. Her ex-husband also threatened to put a bullet in the head of my 2 sons. I immediately called the Shelby Township Police. The chief directed officers, formulated a plan, and the nightmare was over. Chief Shalide's actions protected and, in my opinion, saved my family. Words. Some have claimed the chief is a racist, that his tweets were racist. However, there's no conclusion that supports that. But let's look at 34 years of action. In 34 years of police service from Detroit to Southfield to Shelby Township, there is not one single hint of racism. Not one. In 34 years, the chief has been awarded around 50 awards. 2017, under his leadership, Shelby Township was ranked 27th safest city in the United States of America. While some have said the chief should be terminated for his words, his actions make this township safe. As a resident of this township for 59 years, as a business owner, as a registered voter, I urge the township board not to terminate Chief Shelby. Board, let your actions continue to keep Shelby Township safe. Do not fire Chief Shelby. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Who would like to go next?
Mary N.
Hi, yes, thank you. My name is Mary. I live in Shelby Township, and I'm urging you to fire Robert Shelby. His comments were disgusting, they were dangerous, and they were shameful. I was on last week's call, and I heard the distressing stories of people who do not feel safe in our community. If you have even one person of color say that they feel unsafe here because of their skin tone, then you have a race problem. And I think it's obvious from last week's call that Shelby Township has a race problem. You may not see the racist implications of the chief's comments. You may not feel unsafe here. You may not believe that those comments speak to a deep-seated and dangerous bias. But this isn't about you, it's about us, all of us. And if any one of us feels unsafe, then our entire community has a problem. Shelby needs to be removed and replaced with a chief that we can all believe in. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next.
989-770.
Honorable Board of Trustees, I'd like to thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak tonight on the matter of Chief Shelby. I'm Adam Jensen, resident of Shelby Township and an HOA president. Over the last few days, I've listened to the views of many people in regards to the decision that you must make. Chief Shelby is a great leader who believes in his sworn duties and is dedicated to the residents of Shelby Township. I ask, no, I beseech you to base your decision on logic and reasoning. Ignore the logical fallacies and cognitive biases. Do not get caught up in the bandwagon effect. That's the cognitive bias that demonstrates the tendency to believe things because many other people believe them. Instead, consider the man as a whole, his entire body of work, and remember why you brought him here and the things that have flourished since his arrival. We placed our security and trust in you, that select few chosen by the people, bestowed with the ability to guide our township and ensure the safety and welfare of the people that have placed so much faith in you. This decision is not easy, nor should it be. Each of you chose this position, not because it was easy, but because it was hard. The path you decide tonight will guide our children into the future. It's a difficult path ahead, but with people like Chief Shelby protecting us, we will succeed. Please be bold enough to stand up for us. This community needs a man like Chief Shelby. Have the wisdom to recognize the emotionally driven and illogical arguments, see through the deception, and allow reason to triumph. Chief Shelby understands that passion is the secret ingredient which encourages others to push themselves to their limits and grow as a team. His passion drives the department and people around him to accomplish remarkable things and move forward through the inevitable twists and turns of life in order to ensure success. While passion is a trait that can overcome all obstacles, the opposite is even more true. The lack of passion can lead to tragic disengagement and mission failure. Pending your questions, I'd like to thank you for the time you allotted me, and I would hope that you make the best decision for the safety and security of the township we serve.
Thank you.
Phone number 586, ending in 399.
Thank you for taking my call. My name is Mark from Shelby. I think we really need to step back and take a look at what's really going on. We see a really unprecedented time right now in this country. We witnessed what happened to George Floyd, and we were in disgust, as we should be. George Floyd's family came to the forefront in protests. Some of those protesters turned it into another way. And we had to watch and discuss as we saw police officers spit on, kicked, bricks being thrown at them, cars driving over them, stabbed, shot, and killed. Chief Shalade had to watch this, and did he do the right thing with these comments? Maybe not. But he has a family too, just like George Floyd. And that's a family of these policemen, these officers, men and women that fight for this country every day. And to see that in disgust, did he go overboard with some of his comments? Maybe. But let's judge him for who he is. Impeccable record in the city of Detroit. These are bad times for everybody, and we understand it. But I think we have to really look at what's going on here. I think he needs to stay, and I thank you for taking my phone call.
Thank you.
BA, username BA.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. Appreciate the opportunity to talk here. My name is Barbara. I am a resident of Shelby Township for 21 years. I was on the call last week. I would ask this board, Mr. Stathakis, trustees, Vermeulen, clerk, you all need to search your hearts. Racism is a heart issue. I can't call anybody a racist. I can't. I'm not God. But if you believe in God and the Lord Jesus Christ, you need to search your heart right now and ask yourself, are you a racist or not? I implore you to do that. Jesus said, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks, or writes, or tweets, if I can add that in. This man tweeted that he thought people were subhuman. I can't call Mr. Shalid a racist, but I can say that his comments are racially biased. He does not embody leadership with those comments. And quite honestly, he's held to a higher standard. We're all afforded our own opinion. But when you take a position of leadership, your opinion needs to go to the wayside and you need to lead. His job is to protect and serve all. Protect and serve all. Do we really understand that? It's all. It's not one, it's not some, it's all. And I don't believe that he can do that. This man needs to be fired. He needs to be let go. He needs to come off of the Shelby payroll immediately. Thank you for the time. And again, people, you need to look into your heart and make the right decision. If you call Jesus Christ your Lord and Savior, look in your heart right now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Philip McCloske.
Just to let everybody know, I'm not sure that everybody's going to speak, but if everybody did, which would be about 225 people, it would take about 11 hours and 25 minutes. So anyway, I've got my coffee, but I don't have enough coffee, but we will be here as long as we need to so that everybody does get an opportunity. I want to remind everybody that when this part of public discussion is done, we will then proceed to the 5 agenda items, which obviously include the discussion and vote for Robert Shalide. And then after that, you'll have another chance for public discussion. So I just wanted to alert everybody as to what the process is. Thank you very much. Go ahead, sir.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Philip McCloske. I'm a resident of Shelby Township. I just going to quit. I'll keep it quick and simple. I believe the chief should be fired. As leaders, we must hold leaders to a higher standard, and they must lead by example. This is what he publicly states. I don't want to know what his locker room speak is. He has obviously, I don't know, can't speak to know if he is a racist, but he is definitely thinks of himself as judge, jury, and executioner, and I don't believe that that is what our police need to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Phone number 586 ending in 193.
Hi, I'm Paul, resident of Shelby Township, grew up in the township, work in the township. I just wanted to speak regarding Chief Shalide. First off, I'd like to point out his record and what he's brought to the township. The changes since 2015 when he arrived here are everywhere that you look around. In regards to the posts, I believe like many other people that watched George Floyd murdered on TV, we were shocked, we were angry, we were saddened. And then to watch the violence that followed, many of those same emotions come to mind. As a resident of Shelby, similar to the previous caller, I feel safe at night laying my head on my pillow knowing that the police department will be there if I call. All of our public service will be there if we call. Many outsiders have chose to make this about whatever agenda they want to make it. Do I believe the chief to be racist? Absolutely not. I feel that his comments were emotionally driven. Anybody that watches two innocent people beaten with 2x4s by a group of people should be outraged. The color of those people or the color of any person committing a criminal violent act on innocent people is appalling. The anger and the frustration that many people have carried over into those comments. Is there a better way? Absolutely. Will the chief have to prove himself once again to the residents of Shelby Township, to his officers, to the business people? Absolutely he will. Do I feel that we can move on from this as a township? I do. I just ask that we try to put the emotions aside and look at the reality. The lack of empathy in the George Floyd video, the lack that those officers, if you want to call them that, showed George Floyd is what is the most disturbing. The lack of empathy shown by the rioters, not the peaceful protesters, the rioters when they are assaulting people, police officers, innocent civilians, businesses, also shows a complete lack of empathy. As the board, I ask that you vote to keep him. We need him and we need to move on and heal as a nation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Craig, username Craig.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, hi. I've been living in Shelby Township for 10 years now. I've served in the military for over 21 years and I retired from the Army. Also, I am the head of a minority household. Very concerned about Chief Shalide's, his comments. I echo many of the comments already made. I'm concerned about his lack of judgment, his leadership, and I'm concerned as a him being a public servant and the chief of police, how he influences those underneath him. The higher up you go, the more should be expected of you. I'm concerned about how this is going to be handled because the outcome of this kind of sets a precedence. Are those in leadership position accountable? Are those underneath those leaders, are they going to be held accountable? This is a task that's going to be asked of you as the leaders of this township to determine. We all want to be treated equally. I'm concerned about perceived bias. His comments clearly communicated that he had bias. Whether he was emotional at the moment or not, he's trained to handle these types of situations. So that doesn't hold much water with me. He must lead by example. And he must look out for all. his subordinates are looking to him to make the tough call, to make the right call. So I'm sorry, if he can't handle the situations and if he's emotional, if that's the truth, then he shouldn't be in that position. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Shauna Burbari.
Hi, I'm Shauna Burberry. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I am a Shelby Township resident, also a mom. I also am a small business owner in Shelby, and of course, that makes me a taxpayer. Taxpayers inherently reflect the values of our community, and like it or not, we're a largely Christian community. Christians value human life, and I think that that's really important. And perhaps just as importantly, our laws uphold the value of human life. So I don't want to have a big emotional argument, but I want to make sure that we understand that what's critical here is the facts. No one forced this man to take his position. No one forced him to sign the policy agreements in line with his position, the many departmental policies that he signed and agreed to, that our community had agreed to as a contract. Nobody forced him to create an account on Twitter and engaging in a professional capacity, interacting with his team, who obviously knew who he was as he interacted with him and called him chief. Many of those tweets predated George Floyd, so we can't really blame it on an emotional reaction, though the last comment was very valid. And nobody forced him to do all this, but he chose to attack citizens and assert racist rhetoric. If you agree if it's racist or not, that's one thing, but he's literally attacking human lives. I don't care what color they are. It's body bags of body, right? So this is a man who chose to violate our community's police policies, period. Unknowingly, I had followed that account. I read the tweets before they were deleted, before the account was deleted. I had no idea who he was. And in fact, it stood out to me so much that I had reached out to offer resources to have better understanding about race. And he immediately responded, "You're racist, go F yourself." But he didn't use, he used the actual expletive, and then he immediately blocked me. So of course I was a little curious who he was, and I didn't realize it was actually the police chief of my own township until after this interaction. And I realized that the entire police account also interacted with him. So was that an endorsement, or like, we clearly knew this was a problem. Why was there no coaching or intervention? Like, something was broken here. So not only am I concerned about retaliation against myself after my chief of police have attacked me and my family, now I'm listening to a lot of people on this call supporting that same behavior and rationalizing it and saying that it's acceptable to the citizens in our community. And I have a big problem with that. I know that we're capable of coming together on this respectfully. I know that we can respect the incredible things that this man did before he got here, the things that he's done for this community. But I also believe that respectfully, it might be time for him to move on and for us to have another leader step up in his place. So I'm praying for each of us in our community. I think removing Mr. Shelad from the position is our first step that we can take as a community to move forward stronger and healthier. And God bless you on our pathway for healing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who would like to go next?
Angela Bailey.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'd like to say thank you to the Shelby Township Board of Trustees and everyone else present here for the privilege of this podium. My views are my own and do not reflect those of my hospital of employment. Though I don't live there now, I grew up in Shelby Township. I spent 17 years of my life there. I'm a proud Utica High School graduate, and my family currently resides there. I'm a physician and especially a surgeon in training. I understand that my profession demands unrelenting commitment and professionalism. Similar to police work, I have the extreme privilege and, even more importantly, the responsibility for people's lives. I made an oath to uphold this responsibility always. Throughout my career, patients will consent to being completely physically vulnerable on the operating table in front of me. However, citizens do not have this opportunity to consent to potential bodily harm at the hands of their public defenders. Thus, I would argue that police officers hold even greater power than that of positions like a physician or similarly a pilot. Just as I must uphold the oath that I have made to do no harm during the entirety of my career, police officers must uphold their oath to protect and serve. I believe that Chief Shelad's expression of intent to harm is in direct violation of this oath and incompatible with both the privilege of being a police officer and the immense responsibility of leading an entire department. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your time as well.
Call-in user number 3.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I wanted to thank everyone for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking as a proud Michigan resident to implore you to remove Chief Shelby from his position with the Shelby Police Department. Mr. Shelby posted violent, threatening, and hateful comments more than once. The language he used to describe protesters included dog whistles and wishes for their deaths. No one should be leading a police department who is comfortable airing such views. The aim is to protect and to serve. Instead, Mr. Shelby's comments left many experiencing fear and serve to demonstrate why many individuals across the whole world are saying they no longer have faith in police. What will the legacy of Shelby Township be when history looks back on this in 50 years? Will it be remembered in a similar way to southern states that fought integration? Will it be remembered for giving quarter to an official who openly longed for civilian deaths? Conservative opinions are not what is at issue here. I trust that most Michigan conservatives would disavow Mr. Shelby's comments, believing truly that the integrity of life is more sacred than the protection of property. Most corporations who've been affected by the protests have spoken to that perspective, and I imagine it's one that most of the residents of Shelby also share. At this point, Shelby gets to decide what it stands for. I hope it will choose the honor and integrity of its offices. I trust each one of you knows what is right, even if you have warm relationships with Mr. Shelby, and even if you respected him in his position as chief. If you terminate his position with the township, you are not the ones betraying his trust. He, unfortunately, betrayed Shelby by posting those things in a publicly accessible forum and by not thinking about the potential consequences that would fall back on you and on the residents. I regret having to request this of you at all. I cannot imagine the difficult position this has put you in, with Shelby being thrust into the international spotlight in such an undeservedly negative light. Please show the world that there is a difference between the unkind words Mr. Shelby gave voice to with no second thought and the conscience of Shelby. I know so many people who are proud to live in your township and are devastated by this turn of events. Please restore their faith that Shelby knows what is right and governs by that measure, not by politics, not by favoritism, and not by making excuses for an adult who should have had Shelby's best interest at heart. Mr. Shelby has proven his anger takes precedence over the township. Find another chief for whom the township matters more. And my name is Laura Eichenhorn, and I'm speaking as a resident of Southfield, Michigan.
Thank you. Next.
Phone number 586 ending in 570.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm a Shelby resident. I've been living here for 25 years. I'm sick and tired of all these people who don't even live in Shelby Township criticizing what we do in Shelby Township. Chief Shelby is a fine man. We have a police department that does all kinds of things that people have no clue. Why don't one of you put a uniform on and just get in a car and spend one night in Shelby Township? Not in Detroit, Southfield, or wherever you live, in Shelby Township, and see what some of our police officers have to do. Chief Shelby is the person who encourages these people and trains them and gets them to put that uniform on every day. You have no clue what police do. Police do everything as simple as, when they're driving down the street and a car crashes into the curb and the man slumped over, had a heart attack, and they give him CPR, and then the guy goes to the hospital and they're told that the man was saved because the policeman gave him CPR under Chief Shelby's leadership. These police officers are trained to do these things. Last weekend, I know of a police officer who rescued a Chihuahua that was injured in Riverbend Park. Now, Chief Shelby must have taught his police officers to do such a little inconsequential thing as that. But guess what? The people that got their dog back were happy as can be. No one knows the police officer got bit 3 times doing this. But we take something that you read on the computer and you'll destroy a man's career because it makes you happy and makes you feel good inside. If you're so religious, then why can't you forgive Chief Shelby for what he said? Everyone deserves a second chance, and I don't see anything racial in anything he said. He was in the heat of the moment. And frankly, when I was watching those rioters burning down those buildings and beating up people and burning cars, I felt the same way. And I live in Shelby Township. And if that happened here, I would want a police officer or police chief that's going to take care of things and get things done and make it safe for me. You know, when they had this protest on Hall Road, I know police officers in Shelby Township that had to suit up in riot gear. They didn't know if it was going to be a nice, peaceful protest or if it was going to turn into a riot. But they put their lives on the line for their chief. So think twice before you fire this man. We don't need outsiders. We don't need the chief of police in Detroit to tell us that because of what Chief Shelby said, we don't have one good police officer in Shelby Township. Shame on him for saying such a thing. He should take care of his own business. Like a lot of you people calling in, go check your own police department and what's going on in your city before you come here to criticize us. Thank you for your time, and I hope you think seriously about what you're doing. Bye.
Okay, thank you. Would like to go next?
Phone number 219 ending in 433.
Hi, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to address everybody. I'm also a Shelby resident. And, you know, like a lot of folks and like a lot of the comments that have been made tonight, you know, obviously what the chief said was wrong, and a lot of people find fault with that. And I think it's easy right now to jump on the bandwagon and just say, let's do the easy thing here and let's just clean this up and let's let the guy go. What I would say, and what I look at is another perspective on this thing, and that's, here's a guy who has dedicated 34 years of his life to serving the public and protected people and property. And you have to imagine, I think what we all saw, the videos, the Twitter feeds, et cetera, of the violence that happened after George Floyd's death was hard for everybody to take. Imagine how hard it is for someone who's given his life for protecting people to be able to sit on the sidelines and take it. And yeah, maybe the comments were inappropriate. And for some reason, it's okay to hold someone, you know, to forget for the fact that the chief is a human being and he has emotions just like the rest of us. And hey, you know what? Let's hold him to a higher standard than everybody else. And it's okay for Joe Blow to make the same comments, but if the chief does it, well, gee, that's wrong. He made comments, folks. I mean, he didn't get in the car and he didn't go out and start assaulting anybody. He tried to exercise his emotions and his frustrations through words. So from my perspective as a Shelby resident, I think you guys should vote to keep the chief. However you decide to handle it after that is obviously up to you. I trust you'll make the right decision. I certainly do not envy the decision you have to make tonight. It's difficult. But from my perspective, you know, and even some of the callers in the past want to reference Jesus and religion. It's all about forgiveness and giving people a second chance. The guy stumbled, he fell down. Let's not give him a handout, but let's give him a hand up, and let's give him an opportunity to put his best foot forward and show all of us that redemption is a powerful thing. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Andrew Grimm.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yep, gotcha. Yep.
Okay. I was present for the last meeting. I'd like to thank the 200 plus people for joining this one tonight. In 1985, while my family lived in Detroit, my father was talking to a neighbor about his plans to move to the suburbs. And the neighbor asked, "Where were you looking?" And he said, "Shelby Township." The neighbor said to him, "You'll never be able to afford that." By making the decision to have Robert Shelby stay as the chief of police, you'll be making a decision that the loving, amazing people of Shelby Township will not be able to afford. He responded to a video with violent comments, violence perpetuating violence. Make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, who would like to go next?
Phone number 586 ending in 354. 586-354.
Yeah, this is I'm a Shelby Township resident. I'd like to voice my support for Chief Shelby. Chief Shelby's professional record over his 30-plus years has been exemplary. In recent years, he has been recognized by his law enforcement peers as the president of the Chief of Police Association for Southeastern Michigan, as well as Administrator of the Year. These recognitions would not have been awarded to him if he was not highly respected for his character and leadership. This brings me to his insensitive comments that Chief made on Twitter. I believe his comments were made out of frustration and directed specifically at the violent criminal activity police officers were experienced over recent weeks, with very little media coverage or concern for their welfare for these brave men and women. I believe I saw a stat that over 700 police officers have been injured during these riots. He was unquestionably wrong in the language he used, and he knows this better than anyone, and has since apologized. But I in no way believe this mishap in judgment should result in him losing his job. The words in his tweets do not match his actions or how he conducted himself his entire career. We are all imperfect and make mistakes. Therefore, I'm asking as a resident that you reinstate Robert Shelby. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Alison Grimm.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm gonna try to read this and be quick. Those of you who want to defend Chief Shelby have used the claims that he is a good man who was only taken over by a fit of passion regarding his disturbing Twitter posts. I want to make note that the terms passionate and good man have also been used to defend people such as Donald Trump, Adolf Hitler, and the white zealous mobs who have terrorized and lynched Black families and individuals throughout American history. Are we aware that avid Nazi supporters considered Hitler a good man? Are we aware that the defenders of public lynchings called the white mobs who murdered Black Americans good, civilized people? This could be farther from the truth of what they are and what they were. Morally corrupted, willfully ignorant bigots who claim to be good and righteous. Shelby, just like Trump, chose himself to politicize what was happening with the protests in Minneapolis and nationwide. Shelby's own Twitter account acknowledged that he is a 2020 Trump supporter. He even referenced Trump by name in his Twitter post. Whereas Trump called for the retaliatory measures that threaten and go against U.S. citizens' civil and human rights, when he wrote, when the looting starts, the shooting starts, themselves comments originally made by a racist Miami police chief in 1967. No police officer, chief, or even the president of the U.S. can act as judge, jury, and executioner. And yet Shelby Township's own police chief amplified and even took this language one step further. With all of its loaded racist history, to advocate and glorify murdering protesters. It is not legal to kill someone for throwing a stone through a window. And who was to say that that would happen here in Shelby? It hasn't. The violence that Shelby advocated for goes against the Constitution of the U.S. His violent, vocalized fantasies go against his oath to uphold the laws of this land, to serve and protect all citizens according to our constitutional rights. Shelby's glorified calls for violence are not only morally, legally, and ethically wrong and not good, but they support and extend the words of Trump, a person whose own military generals, past and present, have recently and finally spoken out about his disregard and violation of our Constitution. Those who defend Shelby and make excuses for his many known and proven grievances are doubling down on his dangerous ideologies and his advocacy of criminal behavior. Despicably and with unabashed support of corruption, you would be using the badge like Shelby and those who have come to his defense, a badge and public position that is supposed to signify an oath to truth and justice and the American Constitution. You would be using this to shield his legally and ethically offensive behavior under the guise of a quote unquote good man who was only carried away by a fit of passion.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Who would like to go next?
586-442.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I'd like to
make a couple comments on tonight's issue with the chief. It's really hard to listen to. I am a resident of Shelby Township for over 20 years. It's really hard to listen you guys take calls from non-residents. It's just mind-boggling. I know they have their right, but they don't live here. I definitely have to agree with the gentleman earlier. They should worry about their own townships, their own cities, their own villages. The comments he made were out of hand, but not one of those comments were racist. Apparently, people don't know the definition of racist. You have the one lady from Sterling Heights give you a definition of racism, which barbarians, savages, and animals don't fall under racism. I think the chief is doing a great job. I'm happy living in the city. I also like to mention that when you get on a public forum like that, he expressed his First Amendment rights. It might not agree with some people, but his rights get violated when others get accepted. It's kind of the bigotry and hypocrisy that people display. I have no idea what the last caller was talking about with his relation with Trump. Apparently she doesn't live in Shelby Township. This is red, so we're good. But I really am in support of his leadership and his policing. I couldn't feel safer. And that's basically all I like to say. My name is Mike A. I'm a Shelby Township resident for over 20 years. And I'd like for you guys to actually look at his record and do give him a second chance. He made a mistake on a Twitter account. I don't think that's the end all for everything. It's just amazing how a lot of people are attacking the chief when they don't know anything about him or maybe not even about this township. Thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Shelby Township resident 2020.
Yeah, hi. I'm a lifelong, yesterday was my birthday. I'm 45 years old. I'm a lifelong Macomb County and Shelby Township resident. I just want to say and chime in on this. Everyone's expressing a lot of valid opinions. I think perspective matters a lot, but a lot of them have been emotionally charged or political ideology charged. But at the end of the day, what bothers me most about all of this is two things. One, every person that's a resident of Shelby Township should feel safe in Shelby Township. And anyone who isn't white, based on those comments, has definitely felt that way. I am a white male. I have all the privilege in the world. Number two, and this is what matters most to me, if any one of us, including everyone on the call, had violated all of the things that this board shared from emails about violating employment standards, oaths of office, code of ethics, conduct on becoming an officer, employment agreements, literally his employment agreement that both the township and him signed and agreed to, including other things, social media policy, blah, blah, blah. This is not my opinion. These are the things that you shared from your emails. If this were any other position at any private company, you would absolutely lose your job. I speak from experience as managing people in enterprise level corporations, managing up to hundreds, if not thousands of people. So I don't understand why it's somehow acceptable that with the egregious violations of all of these employment standards that the township and all its residents, through you as the board, agreed to with the chief, are somehow negotiable now when they at the time were black and white. And that's the part that I'm struggling with, that I'm hoping this board can somehow respond to after. I said that doesn't mean that it's wrong. Maybe there's just something I'm missing. I'm really hoping for a very detailed, knowledgeable response from you guys on that part, because if this were a private enterprise, he would lose his job immediately. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming in. We do appreciate it.
Robert Zembarski.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
we can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Robert Zembarski, and I'm a resident of Shelby Township. I'd like to first thank Supervisor Stathis and the Township Board for taking the time to listen to their community regarding this important matter with Chief Shelby. This is my third time addressing the board, and I've laid out different reasons why I feel so strongly about the removal of Chief Shelby. Chief Shelby has served our community well, and up until this point, his service to our community has never been questioned. In the last decade, this board, in partnership with County Executive Mark Hackle, has made great strides to make Shelby Township a destination for both families and businesses alike. Had these tweets made by Chief Shelby happened while Amazon or McLaren Health Systems were searching for facilities here in Shelby Township, would they have chosen our community or would they have chosen another? This story has been printed in newspapers around the country and even in England. If you vote to retain Chief Shelby, I'm afraid we will reap what we sow, and the progress Shelby Township has made will be down the drain. Furthermore, his comments are just wrong. I was raised in a Polish Catholic family and completed my catechism at St. John Vianney. Chief Shelby's words are not the words that Father Tim worked so hard to instill in me and other members of our community that attend St. John Vianney. As the chief of police, it is your job to ensure the safety of all citizens. He is not Officer Krupke. He is the head of the department and should be someone that children look up to. Lastly, he has a good record as police chief and as a cop. However, his comments underneath an alias show that he has a problem in risk analysis and judgments. He knew that these comments were career threatening and still made those comments. If we made these great strides under Chief Shelby, then I can only imagine that if we hire a new chief who does not lack these fundamental skills, our future would only look up. If Chief Shelby is retained, I fear that the chickens would come home to roost. Thank you once again for the time, and thank you for your service to our community. Hopefully you'll make the right decision and fire Robert Shelby. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Would like to go next.
Nicole Card?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Well, good evening to the Board of Trustees and the other concerned citizens on this call. My name is Nicole, and I am a lifelong resident of Shelby Township. I'm calling in today to comment on the police chief Shelby matter. He should be fired, not just disciplined. Like, he needs to be fired. And to quickly lay out why, I'll just say this. His comments and overall online conduct have been inappropriate and harmful to the community. And I'll point out, because of what some other people have said, that the online comments we're criticizing are a chronic issue, having occurred long before the racialized police murder of George Floyd. So these comments were not a lapse in judgment. And he claims that his own words used on his own personal Twitter do not accurately reflect his character. And this is just a blatantly empty defense. Additionally, he says that his 30-year record should protect him from punishment in this case. But rather than exonerate him, I feel that this may show that his beliefs are often allowed to go unpunished in policing institutions. And it is now your personal responsibility to end that cycle and to do what is best for this community. He commands each and every one of the officers in our community, and he can't be allowed to hold that position while also carrying so much violence, hatred, and disregard for the legal process in his heart. And it doesn't matter that he is able to serve some well. He needs to be able to serve everyone well. And it's clear that he can't. And it's also clear that your community is demanding a change. So getting rid of him as police chief will make this community safer, and it's your job to make that happen. So thank you for listening, and I hope you do the right thing. I hope you guys fire him.
Okay, thank you very much for coming in. We do appreciate it. Who's next?
Gina?
Oh, hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, hi. I hope everyone is doing well. I'm Gina calling from Shelby. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I have personally known the Chief of Police, Robert Shelby, for 32 years. Looking at his career history, he is absolutely amazing at his job. I think it's been like 34 years. But these are unprecedented, emotional times for everyone. Robert Shelby is human, and he made a stupid mistake. He has done countless great things for this community. I don't think you should destroy his career just because you're mad at the wrong cop. Thank you guys for your time, and good luck making your decision.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next.
Mark's iPhone. Mark's iPhone. B. Thompson.
Yes, hello.
We can hear you.
Thank you for my time here to express my thoughts regarding Chief Robert Shelby. I've been a resident of Shelby Township for 11 years, and I've known Chief Shelby for many of those years. I've never seen him say or act in any unbecoming manner, both personally and professionally. I'm not here to debate his comments. I'm here to advocate forgiveness, and I've heard that on quite a few calls. Let's not destroy a person's life. Let's make him an agent of change. Let us, Shelby Township, be an example of forgiveness. There's a reason why he was hired in the first place. I ask, how many people's lives has Chief Shelby saved during his time served? Not too many people on this call can say that. Let's not destroy 30 years of his service. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who's next?
Chris.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Christine Boismer. I am a resident of Shelby Township and a precinct delegate. And I want to thank you for your time. And what I'd like you to consider is this. How does a man with 30 years experience who's clawed his way up to chief of police not know that anything put on the internet is permanent and accessible to anyone? By doing that, he's put his entire career on the line. And in this matter, I just don't know what to say about that. It's totally unacceptable. I would also like to know if any other officers on the Shelby Township Police Force had commented on the inappropriate remarks of Mr. Shelby. And if so, what happens to them too? I mean, the fish rots from the head down. And this type of leadership cannot be tolerated at this level of power. It's unacceptable. He told us who he was when he made those comments. Whether he is to a lot of people in the community, he is a nice, respectable man. But nice, respectable men don't make those kind of comments. Thank you.
Chris, are you still with it?
I am.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to cut off.
Oh, I'm done.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. We do appreciate it. Who would like to go next?
Joshua Clairfeld.
Can you hear me? Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Just a few things. I don't think I'll take the whole 3 minutes. For those of you who are criticizing outsiders for stepping into your meeting, as I recall, Chief Shelby's comments weren't not even about his own community. So I don't understand how the privilege is only extended to him to talk outside of his community. Secondly, we don't live in a bubble. I live in the state of Michigan. So yeah, this issue does concern me. Unfortunately for you, you live in a world with a bunch of other people, and you're just going to have to learn how to adapt to that. And I also wanted to add that I've been in all 3 of these meetings, and I've heard mostly from Shelby citizens who didn't want the chief to have his job. It's really irritating to hear this sort of narrative portrayed by people who clearly probably, I don't know if you weren't here for all the meetings, but you clearly, it's just a false narrative. And lastly, to the gentleman who was talking about a dog, a Chihuahua that got stuck in a tree, I just don't even know how that happens or what your point was. And I just need to bring that up because you were, it's an odd thing to talk about. I don't know if you live in a cartoon or where you're at in this world, but the chief needs to go. Clearly, he incited racist, violent comments, and we live in a society where we're all connected, and you need to get with the program. Thank you. I'm done.
Okay, thank you.
Melissa Daniels.
Hi, I'm a Shelby Township resident. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I think Chief Shelad needs to be fired without a pension for his violent and racist remarks. Everyone should be safe in my city. But with a chief with such hate, how can we be? Also, something that someone else brought up is our police force using killology, because if so, I believe we need to reevaluate that, stop using it, and retrain all of our police officers. I ask that you vote to remove Chief Shelby. He needs to be held accountable, and we need to send a message that everyone is safe in our township. Please show the community and the world that we are not a violent or racist community. Thank you.
Thank you. Would like to go next?
Natalie Jones.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Natalie Jones. I am a new resident of Shelby Township. I was in on the last call as well. I kind of wanted to address a couple of things that I've heard on tonight's call. Primarily, I've heard a lot of talk about how non-residents are calling in and voicing their opinions on this matter. I'd like to ask, how many of you have been pulled over by a police officer for speeding or for an out tail light even in a city that is not the one you live in, or even in a state that is not the one you live in? Just because you do not live in a community does not mean you are not affected by the policing in that community. Another thing I'd like to mention too is that any other private citizen would be able to get away with those comments and probably not face any kind of consequences. What the chief did though, when he interacted directly with the official verified Shelby Township Police Department account and had them refer to him as chief, he gave up the privilege of being a private citizen on that account, and he now needs to be held accountable for making those comments publicly as the chief of police. I would like to mention I'm a very new resident of Shelby Township. My husband and I moved here about 3 months ago. I do ask that the board make the correct decision here because we're only about halfway unpacked, and I would really like to be able to finish unpacking and not regret that decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would like to go next?
Joe Grimaldi.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I guess I'm sitting back. I don't have any pre-speech written out like a lot of these people do, and I'm not in any forums and Facebook groups, with folks around the country trying to push any type of agenda. But I think it's absolutely comical. Some of the things I'm hearing is Hitler, Trump. So I'm a Trump supporter. I don't have a racist bone in my body. And I just sit back and laughed. And one person's talking about covert and overt by using the words barbarian and savages, that those are racist terms. And all of a sudden it's going to be like the southern states again. I would love to do an exercise with everybody on here, pull up the tweets, look at the pictures the tweets were attached to. I don't care. In the picture where the two African Americans are beating an elderly shop clerk, husband and wife, with 2x4s, those are savages, those are barbarians, and they belong in body bags. You need to look in the mirror and say, if that was your grandmother, your mother, your father, these people don't deserve to be safe. And I think the irony here is when you look at these protesters around the country, the majority have been white. We've sat back and looked and have noticed that the majority are not African Americans. The majority are white. There is not one tweet that was sent or posted that was anything racist. There is, except for the one with the 2x4s. There's Asians, there's blacks, there's Mexicans, there's whites, there's everybody. So I love how we're stretching and trying to say that this has something to do with all of a sudden Shelby Township is going to become the next, slave city. It's ridiculous. It's preposterous. It's nothing but a bunch of outside infiltrators trying to push an agenda, and it's not going to happen. So I implore you to do the right thing. Look at the record. Look at his history. He's worked with many African Americans. Go back to the times in the Detroit force, the Southfield force, whoever it is, and find one real life example of racism. I challenge anybody to do that. I don't care if you got pulled over and he wasn't nice to you, this, that, or the other. But the fact these people are trying to say these tweets are racist are absolutely ridiculous. There's white people in all of those tweets, all of those pictures. And guess what? We're not calling protesters. He's not calling protesters, the ones that are peacefully marching, that they need to be in body bags. The one that says body bags is when the two guys are beating the lady over the head with a freaking 2x4, and they belong in body bags, and they are savages, and they are barbarians, and they are every other name they are. And I don't care if they're black, white, Mexican, Asian, whatever. It's ridiculous. And I'm tired of the agenda that's being pressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who wants to go next?
Molly?
Yes, hi.
Hi.
Hi. First, I would just like to point out that all of the people who are on here that say that they're from Shelby Township, who support the chief, have neglected to show their faces at all. Not one person have we seen who's supported him. Do we see their face? Also, I have a question that wasn't addressed the last time, and I would like an answer to this question. My question was for you, the board, that if you support the Chief Shaleed's comments, would you be comfortable being zipped up and put into body bags? Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. We'd like to go next.
Amy Fitzgerald.
Hi, sorry. A little uncomfortable. I'm a Shelby Township resident for over a decade, and I have lived in Macomb County for my entire life. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just want to say, in this day and age, I question the judgment of anyone, especially one with jobs such as police chief, who would make such statements on social media. He expected no repercussions, and that alone speaks volumes. He should be fired. I do not trust a man who has made such statements to protect and serve all citizens. He needs to be held accountable. Tolerating racism is racism, and this is your legacy too. Thank you, and that is all.
Thank you. Next.
Alyssa Diaz.
Yep, I'm here. Well, I guess what I'd like to say is this isn't about what we saw on TV and rioters in other cities or even in the city of Detroit. This is about Mr. Shaleed's judgment. And he knew those comments that he was making were inappropriate, so he used another name and hid behind the name. And first of all, he was emotional. Policemen need to deal with emotions. Certainly, they're in much more dangerous situations than watching news footage. So if that propelled him to make these comments, he should not be on the police force if he can't control his emotions watching the television. Some people have said he has a right to free speech. He does, but we all have consequences with our free speech. You can go into work tomorrow and tell your boss he's an idiot and you're not going to do what he wants you to do. You're going to get consequences for that free speech. And the last thing I'd like to say is this story has been covered by about 15 national news programs online, and this makes the township look horrible. And these tweets are going to live online for a very long time. And every time someone wants to locate a business in Shelby Township, they're going to have to think twice about it, especially if they have a diverse population that they employ, or a minority-owned business wants to come to the township. I'm sorry, I don't think that his comments made African-American people that live in this township feel any more safe. And I live in Shelby Township, and I pay taxes in Shelby Township, and I vote in Shelby Township. And I don't want our township to have this reputation. It's not good for business. It's not good for jobs. And they're terrible comments. We in this country have due process. No policeman is allowed to say that they want to put people in body bags. We have the courts to decide who is guilty, not Chief Shalid, who wants to put people in body bags. And if you don't believe in due process and equality under the law and having your case heard and you're being in court, you're not very American. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much for letting me speak tonight. I appreciate what the board does. You do a lot of good work, and I hope you make the right decision tonight, because this is really important, and it says who we are in this township. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do appreciate that. Who would like to go next?
John Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Hello, can you hear me? I'm sorry, I would have to ask a favor. I'm driving right now when I'm about to stop. Could you call me at the end or a couple things after, so I don't have to read while I'm driving? Is that okay? If you need me to go now, I'll try to speak for a minute. But
Yeah, we do not want you to read while you drive, but no, we cannot call you back. Everybody gets 3 minutes. You've just used about 20 seconds, and it sounds like you're about.
all
Are you?
I'll
Into the meeting?
freestyle from here.
We'll have more.
Pardon? I'll freestyle from here if I'm going to miss out. So I wanted to thank you for let me speak today. I've been on all 3 meetings so far. Detroit Police Chief Craig made a comment on Shalidi, saying he's a disappointment. Quote: "He's a disappointment to myself and all of my colleagues across the country who wear the badge of Chief of Police." Like I said, I'm not a police officer, and I think the Chief of Detroit Police has earned that position, and I think he definitely knows the gravity of his comments that he would make on Shelby Township. So for him to weigh in, I do believe him, and I think that I agree with him when I say that he is a disappointment to all officers that wear the badge. I definitely believe that Chief Shalidi should be removed from office. And I heard a lot of people talk about forgiveness today, and I can definitely forgive the chief, even though I completely disagree with his comments. I can forgive him, but we need to hold our leaders accountable.
Time's up. Thank you.
15 seconds or I'm up. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. It is about 8:30. So if it would be okay with everybody, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We will get together back at 8:40. 8:40. Okay. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, we're back. It's 8:40. We're on time, and just want to actually a couple points I want to talk about. First, if someone's made a point, of course you can make the same point if you want to, but I just want to remind everybody after we're done with the vote, you will have another chance if you so desire. So rather than repeating points, maybe you might want to reconsider and just wait until the end. But it's really up to you. The second thing is, oh yeah, if you have already spoken, you can't speak twice, okay? I just want to make sure everybody understands that. Okay, who's next?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Hi.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Hello?
My name is Lillian Lucido. I'm from Shelby Township. Thank you to the board for allowing comments regarding Chief Shalade. I ask the board, please do not judge those that sin differently from you. Take a long look in the mirror. None of us can say we have not made an error in judgment. None of us are perfect. While his comments were unbecoming an officer, he made a stupid mistake. He has always been professional, kind, and above board. He apologized, he is remorseful, and frankly, I believe him. Please vote to keep the chief. He is a blessing to our community, and he made a mistake. His comments were emotionally driven, and I do not believe the chief is racist. No one I know in this community believes he is a racist. We are all worthy of forgiveness, each and every one of us. Thank you, and God bless.
Okay, well, thank you. Thanks for coming in. Who would like to go next?
Daniel Van Lacken. Daniel Van Lacken.
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry. First of all, I would like to thank you for your time. And I'm a Southfield resident where I live with my wife and 2 children. And I'm also a Southfield police officer where I worked with Robert Shalade for 18 years. And I could personally attest to his dedication to being a public servant. And I also can attest that he's not a racist. And this whole thing is completely misconstrued. He made, like people said before, he made comments about criminals assaulting innocent people, not about just peaceful protesters marching up and down the street. He is a pleasure to work with. He's a pleasure to work for. And you could talk to anybody in Southfield Police Department, black or white, and he was loved and respected by all those members of the department. And I know he's loved and respected by all the members of the Shelby Township Police Department. I just find it disgusting that people are twisting this to fit their own agenda. And they don't know the whole story, or they don't want to know the whole story of what he was commenting on. I'm not agreeing with him going on social media and venting like he did, but he did, and he knows he shouldn't have done it. And I know he regrets it, and I know he's a smart man, as all you guys know he is, and you know it's not going to happen again. It's only going to make him strive to be a better chief for our city. And I hope that you guys do the right thing and not make a decision that fits the political climate of today, but make the right decision for this community and retain him as chief. As far as his comments, he wasn't commenting on a particular group of people. He was commenting on criminals and their behavior. Though if there was a group of white guys that were doing the same thing, he would have felt the exact same way. It's not a black or white issue. It's an issue of criminality and the behavior that they were displaying. And again, I know Robert Shalade, and I know what he's about. And you couldn't ask for a more dedicated public servant to serve this community. And when you selected him, you selected the best person for the job. And I still think he's the best person for the job. And you're going to find a hard time. You have a hard time finding somebody that could fill his shoes. Again, I'd like to thank you for your time, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak for his behalf.
Okay, well, thank you for coming in. Do appreciate it. Who else? Who's next?
Paula Schock.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. I am not a resident of Shelby Township. I grew up often going to Shelby Township. I swam for the Utica Shelby Township swim team, and I now live in Macomb County. So I know a lot of people don't really want to hear from outsiders, but I just thought I would say that. I think it's important to note that I will not be spending any money in your city until I know that this man is not working in the police force any longer. I just am very surprised that the right thing to do hasn't been done. Regardless of race or ethnicity, what he's saying and what he is advocating for is just wrong. He's advocating for the killing of people without due process. I mean, that's just wrong. That isn't what the oath that he has taken. It's not being upheld, or that's not what he should be advocating for, and that's certainly not what he should be putting out there on social media. I mean, it's not very smart at all. And I mean, for everybody who's saying that he's just been such a great public servant, I mean, I don't know how much we can trust that anymore, considering what we know now. I mean, how many things can we really trust? How much can we say that he hasn't maybe had some racist backgrounds and maybe made some poor choices that we don't know about? So yeah, I just think it's important to note that the eyes of at least Michigan are on you, and you're going to lose a lot of income, a lot of patronage if you continue to support this man. I mean, if you're not going to do the ethically, morally right thing by firing him, then you're going to lose a lot of income, a lot of patronage. So thank you for your time.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for your time. Who's
Phone
next?
number 313 ending in 3558.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. So I am a resident of Shelby Township. I am a man of color, and I come from a family of military and law enforcement. So I want to start off by echoing what the Detroit police chief said, that Chief Schlad should go. It is Chief Schlad's responsibility to protect his citizens. I'm glad that he did his job to protect us previously. But as a chief, the community needs more than someone who does their job. A leader directs their team and comments that Chief Schlad has gone on Twitter under a false name deals prior to deleting his account. This is a diverse community and is no longer safe for people of color in Shelby Township. And we also have a voice as well. If any member of the community feels unsafe, including the minority, then Schlad poses to be a threat to that community as a whole. His comments should not be taken lightly. As a chief, if you cannot control your emotion behind the closed door in the comfort of your home, how can the community trust that Mr. Schlad will handle himself on the street in an incident if he does have to draw his weapon? With that being said, I urge you to fire Chief Schlad. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Who would like to go next?
Tom Vaughn.
Hello, good afternoon, rather, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My wife and I have been residents of Shelby for probably 40 years. I think the chief, I know from private business that he would lose his job all very quickly for doing something like this. It was a really stupid thing to do. It was devious because he kept it a secret. It was a private account. I think we can do better. My wife said something to me kind of interesting before I came into this. She said she's now ashamed to live in Shelby Township. And look how much trouble this has caused us all. I don't see that there's any way that this man can continue in a leadership position in this township. Leaders have got to be beyond reproach, and now everybody's going to be distrusting this man. You guys will on the board. Believe me, this is an untenable situation for you to continue with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Would like to go next?
Mark Dabb.
Yeah, hello, are you there?
Yes, sir.
How are you? Thank you for taking time to listen to my comments. First of all, I'd like to just say a few things. There were some people that came on so far, I won't make this long, that said negative things, interaction with them in Berkeley, Beverly Hills, or whatnot. First of all, I'm a business owner, so you haven't heard much from business owners so far this evening. I own over 70.
Mr. Dabb, you muted yourself.
You might still be talking.
Yeah, you hear me now?
Now we can, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for taking the time to hear me out. You've heard from a lot of residents from different cities, and you know, the thing is, you haven't heard too much from business owners. You know, I'm a business owner. I'm a commercial real estate investor. I have over 70 properties I own and manage in a lot of cities: Southfield, Lathrop Village, Warren. Pre-COVID, I had a couple of properties I was looking at in Shelby, which are big tax revenue generators. Okay, so obviously the police department works off of tax revenue. So if, you know, you guys have been a great city. That's why I'm looking to do business in your city, buy properties, find great tenants, and make it a bigger, you know, family-oriented city. First of all, I can't comment on what he has said, whether it's, we could argue that all day long if he said something right or something wrong. All I know is he's doing a great job. I support him 100%. There was a couple of people that said, oh, well, you know, he said other stuff on Twitter. First of all, that never showed up on anywhere. We didn't see that. So that's speculation. Okay, you can't just come on and say, oh, I've seen this, or I live in Beverly Hills. I had a bad interaction with him when he was Southfield Police. First of all, I own a property in the city of Southfield for over 25 years. It's a very big office building. I've had a few problems there. I've had interactions with the Southfield Police Department under his control when he was deputy chief there. And guess what? The problems got handled good. And from what I hear from people that live in the city of Shelby Township, which I have a lot of relatives that live there, they say he's doing an outstanding job, no crime. The crime is probably the lowest you've ever seen it. And for some other person that is a chief in another city to come in and make comment on this, first of all, he needs to worry about all the crime that's going up every day in his city. That's the first thing. You're number 25 or number 26 best rated city in the country. That's a reason for that. The Detroit Tigers are rated the worst because their leadership is not the best. It goes by leadership. He is a great leader. He does a great job. I have no problem with it. I'm looking to do business in your city. I own properties in neighboring cities. I'm looking to expand. And first of all, this is not something that really, it's just a sensitive time right now. You know, you got the COVID, people are stressed, people are, you know, anxiety. So I feel that you guys need to keep him. He's a great asset for the city, and you guys will be making a very big mistake going backwards. He has not done anything wrong in my eyes, but I can't judge that because I don't want to get into that. All I'm looking at is.
Thank you. Time's up, sir. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think the Tigers probably need some talent too, but whatever, that's another subject. Okay, where are we going from here? Next?
586 ending in 859.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good evening, Supervisor Stathakis and Shelby Township Board members. My name is Ray, a Shelby Township resident for over 30 years. I would like to start out by thanking Chief Schlide for his dedication and service to the citizens throughout his 34 years in law enforcement. I am happy knowing that if somebody is breaking into my property or destroying my possessions and neighborhood or stealing what is not theirs, that I can call 911 in Shelby Township and the person or persons will be apprehended and held accountable. Innocent people protecting their business should not be beaten. It is not okay to pull a person out of a vehicle while they are merely driving down a freeway because a person just feels like it, or to steal because a person wants to. This is not peaceful protesting. This is violence. The individuals doing this need to be held accountable. I would like to thank Chief Schlide for making Shelby Township one of the safest communities in the state of Michigan. He is a man that will not tolerate criminal activity, who believes in peace and is passionate about upholding the law. A man that for 34 years has devoted his life and his family life to serve and protect. Chief Schlide is a good man, a dedicated leader. Once again, this is not about racism. This is about what is right and wrong. I look forward to Chief Schlide continuing to be the leader of the Shelby Township Police Department, one of the best police departments with men and women who dedicate their lives every day to serve and protect each and every one of us. I hope you keep Chief Schlide. Thank you, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Who would like to go next?
NE, username NE.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. I've heard a lot of frightened men who seem to feel they're unable to keep themselves or their families safe without recourse to a man willing to be cruel enough to those he considers his barbarous enemies. It's not hard to conjure an impression of those enemies or what about them so frightens these men. If he manages to show such a lack of discipline and restraint in front of his computer, why would anyone trust his restraint in front of any actual adult problem? If you continue to employ a man who so casually dishonors himself in public, the township will become a vulgar place. Already the nation sees Shelby as another backwater with another racist, volatile, stupid police chief. Shelby Township is on the world stage now. You have the choice of what to do going forward. I don't think there were a lot of people taking shopping trips to Alabama under Bull Connor in 1963. He has apologized, but an apology is not repentance, and atonement isn't bought so cheap. Let him go and do the work of making himself whole and of washing away the stain of indifference to the sanctity of the human spirit, but let him do it in the company of God and his own conscience. I've heard people say we can't be his judges. If not, then we can't be his guardians or his guides either. Mr. Schlide is supposed to be the chief of police, but here we are all discussing who will watch the watchmen. Let's be the kind of people let's be kind to the people of this township and be rid of this damaged, incompetent man. And for God's sake, let's be kind to Mr. Schlide and have him shake off the burden of a position he's intellectually and emotionally unfit for, and let him get on with his work of becoming a principled person with a measure of decency in his heart. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who would like to go next?
User Pixel 3A.
Good afternoon. My name is Andy. I live in Shelby Township. I appreciate all the comments tonight on both sides of this issue. I don't know the chief. I don't know the board members, but I know that you have an extremely difficult decision in front of you. What I will say is that leadership does matter, and I think we've heard that a number of times this evening. The chief went on the internet under a pseudonym and made comments that he would not have made under his own name, which I think is unfortunate. As you move forward, you're going to have to work with your police department, and it will be next to impossible to handle or discipline any police officer who steps out of line when you know that the chief has done this, and every defense counsel, every union counsel will bring this up moving forward as an issue or a defense as to not discipline a particular individual. I think it's really important, and I haven't heard it a lot tonight, to say that we 100% support our public safety officers here in Shelby Township, the good men and women who protect our community are incredibly valuable to us. I will support any millage, any tax that is increased for us to make sure that we're protecting our community. But that is inclusive of every single member of our community, and the leadership of this department sets the tone for that. And I don't know that our leadership is what I would expect it to be. And if I were hiring a leader for our department and this was the type of behavior that they exhibited, I don't think that I would hire that person. I'm certain that the chief has a just cause provision in his contract. I think you can consult with your labor counsel, and he would give you the advice that while there is progressive discipline, people who make comments or violate progressive discipline to such an extent can be terminated based on a serious violation of their expected conduct. So with that, I yield any time. I appreciate the time tonight, and thank you everybody for the thoughtful and measured discourse this evening. Take care.
Okay, thank you very much. But just to be clear about millage, we do have the lowest millage in Macomb County, and there will be no increase in taxes of any kind. So just so you know. Thank you. Okay, who wants to go next?
I have username B Thompson with their virtual hand up. However, B Thompson, you've already spoken, so we're going to put your hand down. Next speaker is 248 ending in 451.
And again, I just want to emphasize, please, we just can't have you more than one time. So we're counting on you to find a student track. But thank you.
Hi, I'm a Shelby Township resident. I'm also an Asian American. I've supported the Shelby Police Department for over 3 years in a small administrative role. I know, and I've worked with Chief Shelide at events and meetings and even roll calls. He's never been racist. He's never directed the officers to handle things in that type of a manner. I've been in one-on-one conversations with the chief. He has never made a comment that would support the negative things that I'm hearing on this phone call. Chief Shelide has put in an enormous amount of effort and led our police department to become one of the best equipped and trained departments in the state. If rioters were to come to Shelby Township, we are going to need his strength and his leadership to get us through this. The Twitter comments were more about rioters and not the peaceful legal protesters. They were not racist comments. What the liberals and media want you to believe is that the chief is a racist, but in fact, that really is the farthest from the truth. He's passionate about his job, and what he saw was very bothersome, and it went against everything he has fought to protect for 34 years. As an Asian American Shelby Township resident, I hope this board votes to keep Chief Shelide. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in. Who would like to go next?
Sarah?
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're on.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sarah, and I'm a resident of Shelby Township, Michigan for about 10 years now. And I got to read the Twitter comments that Chief Shelide made, and I was very upset when I read those comments. For him to call protesters subhuman, what got me the most is his comment on, if the president gave me a chance, I would have had the city policed up in 24 hours with body bags. How dare someone, especially someone in an authoritative figure, to think they can take another person's life? This is outrageous. Out of the abundance of the heart speaks. That's what the Bible says, and I believe it. I consider myself a good stand-up citizen. I would never think or wish I could take another person's life. Chief's comments lets me know he does not value life. How dare Chief Shelide think he can take someone's life? I don't care what crime you commit. It does not give you the right to take someone's life. And I understand a lot of people were saying these weren't racist marks, but what got me is that he doesn't value life. That's how I feel about the chief today. This kind of thinking scares me, and it should scare you too. This kind of thinking makes me feel very unsafe for myself, my family, and my community. You should never have so much hatred in your heart serving as chief of police in my township to the point where you think and want to take another person's life. Everyone's life matters. If we do more of being our brother keeper, I know Chief Shalai would not be in this predicament today. What I mean by being your brother's keeper is if we hear or see our brother or sister saying or doing something not right, we need to speak up, correct them, and not just laugh it off. Do not condone it. Do not sweep it under the rug. I am asking the board to do the right thing and remove Chief Shalai. Think about it. If you keep the chief on the payroll, then we hold our children to a higher standard. Because if a child made these same comments towards their school, they would have been removed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your time. Who would like to go next?
I'm going to scroll down. I just got a chat message that B. Thompson is actually two people using the same username. So B. Thompson, if you would like to speak, you can now.
I guess not.
No, hello. Sorry.
You're on. We can hear you.
Thank you. It was actually two people. So hold on. Sorry about that. Thank you. I am a resident. My name is Brenda Thompson. I'm a resident of Shelby Township. I believe Chief Shalai has been a great asset to our community. I'm grateful for his service, passion, and protection he has provided to our community and our family and friends. I know Chief Shalai on a professional and personal level. He has always exhibited the utmost respect for all people, regardless of race or ethnicity, in my presence. I do not believe his comments were racist. I believe his loyalty and passion to uphold what is right and wrong weighed in on his emotional comments he made. I support him and will continue to support him. And I don't believe that we need to bring in politics, such as Trump support, in on this situation. I will continue to support him, and I hope you consider keeping him on as chief of police to support our community.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to go next?
Eric L. and Nicole P.
Hello. Eric and I reside in Hamtramck currently. Eric grew up in Sterling Heights. I grew up in Clinton Township. We're both still Macomb County voters. This is an issue of Chief Shalai's judgment, character, and heinous online conduct. It's an issue of his leadership. This is not one mistake, but this is a series of tweets that he made over days and over weeks. And there's other stuff that has come out too in longer chats online. And this is what we've uncovered in the last 3 weeks. He's had 34 years on the job. There's more than meets the eye here. There's a bigger iceberg under the water. To address others who have said that using the terms barbarian and subhuman are not racist, yeah, if you look those words up in the dictionary, they are not going to come up with any particular race that they are ascribed to. However, we're humans, we're adult humans, we understand that context is important. And when we look at the broader picture of what he's been commenting online and the images and videos that he's commenting on, I think we can understand what he's saying. Especially, I want to address the issue of the 2x4s and him commenting on people who are injuring other people. I don't think that's accurate. He also tweeted, "I would hit them with tear gas and water cannons, rubber bullets. They have no right to be on the freeway." That was of an image of people, peaceful protesters walking on a highway. It's pretty innocuous. To want to hit them with rubber bullets and water cannons and tear gas is a serious escalation, and it makes me question his judgment and the leadership that he is presenting to the Shelby Township community. This is also an issue that affects the broader community. Yeah, I don't live in Shelby. I did work there at one point, but I vote in Macomb County. And this reflects on not only the Macomb area, which already has a bad rap for being Trump supporters, but on Michigan and on our country. And right now, do we want to be on the right side of history? Because I think this decision in particular plays into that broader environment. Lastly,
I just want to address, not a racist isn't a thing. It's not a yes or no question. It is a spectrum. And especially as a white presenting male, he needs to address his biases. He's no, not a racist, or yes, he's a racist. We all have racial biases. And clearly Shalides are completely unchecked right now. And to address other people who say that us liberals are pushing an agenda, there's no agenda here. If it's getting unsafe police out of our communities, then yes, that's the agenda. Finally, I want to close with a question. The board appears to be mostly white presenting. I want to know what tools you're using to check your own implicit and explicit biases in the decision-making process. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go next.
Eric, do you plan on speaking as well? Okay, thank you, sir. Phone number 703 ending in 919.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Kristen Thompson. I've been a current resident for 10 years, and I grew up in the area for a total of 25 years. I've already submitted my written comments earlier to the board, and I wasn't planning on calling in. However, I need to respond to what I'm hearing in these comments from people in support of him keeping his job. He didn't just make comments about criminals and rioters. It isn't just about the body bag comment. He also made comments about police officers kneeling and marching along with peaceful protesters. This is what he said. This makes me want to vomit. Get ready for communism. We have lost our country to bottom feeders, savages, and weak anarchists. And then he followed it up with shameful and embarrassing to the real police. Who are these real police? He clearly doesn't believe that the real police show compassion for those in their community that are marching in peaceful protest. And who are these bottom feeders and savages that he's talking about that the police are kneeling next to? Does he think those officers were kneeling next to the rioters that are hitting people with 2x4s? No, those officers were part of a peaceful protest. And that's what he's against. In another Twitter post, he agreed that officers should accidentally knock out the cell phones of citizens recording police misconduct. Those citizens recording those interactions are not criminals. And finally, he told the Attorney General of New York, "You libtard." That was in response to the Attorney General saying that the rioters hitting people with 2x4s were good citizens. The chief said, "Shut up, you libtard," because the Attorney General had the audacity to tell the public to submit videos of alleged police brutality. What exactly is his problem with that? If there's an instance of police brutality that happened in Shelby Township and was recorded by a citizen, to me that seems he is telling that citizen not to submit that police brutality video. That's all I have to say.
Okay.
Ma'am, may I ask your name or maybe a partial email address so we can pluck your email out of our pile here?
Sure, it's Kristen Thompson, and it's I sent you a thing to the meeting thing yesterday in the morning. I can send you another email as well. I know I have a 703 area code, but I actually moved here 10 years ago outside of the DC area.
You got it. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, who else would like to speak tonight?
248 ending in 246.
I believe that's me. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. Thank you for the time. This is Bob Tremonti. I live in Shelby Township. I just hope you guys could see the bigger agenda here and don't pander to the fear mongers out there. We have a great chief who believes in law and order, which most of us in Shelby Township believe in. And I wish there was a way that you guys can tell if it was someone in Shelby calling or outside, because I think you should listen to the inside ones more than the outside. That's all I have to say. I just hope we don't lose a great chief.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Who else? Anybody else tonight?
Joshua C. Joshua C. Gray.
Hello?
Yes, you're on.
Okay, hi.
Okay, so I'm gonna be quick because I have a lot to say. I have lived in neighboring areas of Shelby my entire life: New Haven, Chesterfield, Macomb. Went to school there. I have lots of friends that live in Shelby. I patronize a lot of the businesses there, restaurants, bars, things like that. So first of all, like they said in Detroit, when they told the people don't come to Detroit and protest if you don't live here, you guys want people to come to Detroit for the Tigers game and everything else, the same way Shelby wants people to come to Shelby for everything else and patronize their businesses. So don't ask us for our money and not ask us for our opinion and tell us that we're not allowed to have an opinion first. Secondly, I want to move on to he's been in law enforcement for 34 years, like everyone's saying and everything. And this is just the one thing, like the one young lady said, this is not the one thing. Shelby has had cases of racial police brutality and things go on. It's all swept under the rug. It's not criminal. I mean, it's not, put on the news and everything like that. But I'm talking from personal experiences that I've had myself, friends who were arrested and you guys dropped the charges after their lawyer pushed to sue you guys for racial profiling and stuff like that. So there is a issue with racism in Shelby, first and foremost. Secondly, now let's get the race part out the way, but that's important. It's not even about his comments about race. As the chief of police, he said that he would put people in body bags, period. That's murder. That is murder. If someone is breaking the law, whether they're rioting, whether they're doing anything else, his job, a police officer's job, is not to be the judge, the dictator, and the ender. You are supposed to arrest them and let the prosecution, let them go through that process. So the fact that the chief of police is saying that he is willing to murder people breaking the law, yes, even if they were breaking the law, how can you say that you're willing to murder them? Your job is to arrest them. So that shows way where his head is right there. So if he's willing to say that, and then moving on to the you can't record them, like she said, the comments that he made against the AG saying don't record police brutality. So you're telling me that you will murder somebody who's breaking the law, and then you're saying if somebody records you doing it, you'll smack their hand out of their phone. You definitely don't need to be a police officer. You don't need to be a police chief or anything like that at all. He's supposed to be a leader. And then I want to say this too. If I made those comments from a fake Twitter about Shelby Township Police Department, if I said, let me be a real rioter and I will put Shelby Township Police in body bags, I would be arrested and charged, period. It happened in Detroit when the guy threatened the Detroit police on Facebook, and I know it would happen in Shelby. He needs to be fired. At the bare minimum, he needs to be fired. The comments were just completely, it's nothing to even talk about. The comments were completely unacceptable, whether they were racist or not. They were unacceptable coming from any police officer, especially the chief of police.
Time's up. Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Who's next?
Joshua C. I think you've, there you go.
All right. Can you hear me this time?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So, just real quick, I wanted just to encourage some other people that I know that are watching on Facebook who are withholding comments because of comments there about hiding your face. I made a comment about this particular officer and in his support because I understand his frustration seeing these things happen. I have family members in other areas where this is going on and they're literally fearing for their lives. So I can understand his frustration. When I made that comment, I had 3 hours later people making death threats against my daughter. So I understand not wanting to show your face on Facebook or on a live stream, but I don't think it should scare people from commenting. This is a big issue and it needs to be dealt with. That being said, I think it's important to point out that these comments were not made on any official platform. This man took great care of creating a separate account, keeping it and distancing his opinion from his official capacity. I know teachers who have described the children in their classrooms as vicious little demons. But if you were to walk into their classrooms, you'd never know that's how they felt, because these same teachers are the ones paying out of their own pocket to help these kids succeed. We all have those moments where we're frustrated. You see things on TV and you express something. But if you look at this man's career, his career has never once reflected the anger you saw in those comments. And if we punish him for this, Shelby Township will take a bigger hit because we will have lost an honest person that we have enjoyed in our community, that we have enjoyed as business people, and just as ordinary citizens who have had the opportunity to meet him and talk to him, or even offer to buy him a cup of coffee. So I think it's important that you all take that into consideration. He had every opportunity. He could have made these comments in the official capacity, but he did not. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in. Who's next?
J Mac. J Mac.
Okay, we'll move on.
Alexandra O.
Yes, my name is Alexandra, and I have lived in Shelby Township for 25 plus years. I have been a part of this community for most of my life. I would like the township to take a stand in support of racial equality and remove the chief from his position. His comments were horrifying, and it is clear the chief cannot perform his duties without bias. I also have a couple of questions that I would like to be answered as well. In the chief's apology, he made the commitment to seek the support and counsel necessary to ensure his behavior and comments going forward more accurately reflect his character. So my first question is, what counsel or therapy has the chief received while he's been on paid leave? Is the township paying for the chief to receive counsel or therapy? And I just want to say thank you for the time to speak. I can forgive the chief. I can respect the chief for his service thus far. But after his comments, I think it's time for him to step down. I hope you will remove the chief tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we're down to two or three more. Go ahead.
Chris's iPad.
Good evening. Can you hear me, Honorable Board of Trustees?
Yes, yes.
Good evening. In 1958, Dr. Martin Luther King is quoted, "The ultimate measure of a person is not where they stand in moments of comfort, but where they stand in times of challenge and controversy." In a 68-second time span of challenge and controversy, on June 6, 2020, young 24-year-old woman from Rochester, New York, identified as Madison Mavity, was quoted as saying, "Get the out of my house." Madison's husband, Brett, was quoted as saying, "Get away from my wife." This married couple suffered horrific consequences. Madison suffered a concussion while Brett broke his hand during this controversial and challenging time. The Mavities had since left the residence after both observed looters outside with gas cans in the early morning hours of June 7, 2020. They're terrified because they don't feel safe going back to their home, explained Mavity's mother, Shelly Gonzalez. America spoke. Despicable, disgusting, and senseless. Appalling behavior. Lowest form of human life. This scenario is best handled for high-capacity magazines. You can't control a mob with words, you need a firearm. With many people sharing their thoughts on this disturbing event captured all on platforms of social media. Shock factor defined. The subjective measure of a psychological impact of any given event. How does any decent citizen of the United States watch these 68 seconds of the Mavity's life not become emotionally charged or passionately fevered? Better yet, how does a law enforcement officer in any capacity watch these 68 seconds of terror? An officer who swore to an oath to serve and protect and not become overwhelmed with senses of anxiousness, hurt, or frustration. The Mavities became innocent victims of this heinous crime, which very well could have been prevented simply by the mere presence of a police officer. I could not imagine the turmoil LaRon Singletary was feeling, the police chief of Rochester Police Department, when he observed this video of one of his own citizens who he has sworn to protect as they were being pummeled by 2x4s. I believe their honorable board has done their due diligence and observed and reviewed the evil that the Mavities endured. I believe America witnessed these corrupt individuals display such hate towards mankind, the adjectives which were despicable, appalling, and savages, which are appropriate. Please make no mistake, they were all grown men, grown adult men who chose to maliciously inflict pain to the Mavities or anyone else who had the courage to try and talk to them. Madison's mother, Shelly, I think my daughter's a hero. Miss Gonzalez, Madison is a hero, and you did a great job raising such a courageous daughter. The right to live in a manner one sees fit, to enjoy the opportunity to lead one's life without intervention of others, and keeping what you have and own without unnecessary constraints in life. That's life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Thank you, Chief Slide, for affording all the families of Shelby Township this cloak of protection your administration demands, along with accountability within the Shelby Township Police Department, which shows integrity, character, and professionalism. To each person this department meets, you demand such.
Okay, you're gonna get me in trouble here. Okay, thank you very much. Would like to go next. I think we're down to 2. Oh, 4, okay.
Rebecca Sawicki.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Rebecca Sawicki. I have lived in Shelby Township for approximately 9 years, and I came in late to the meeting, but heard enough of the comments that I just wanted to speak up quickly and remind everyone that no one put a gun to Chief Schleid's head and sat him in front of that computer and made him comment on these issues. No one was interviewing him. He exercised incredibly poor judgment by logging onto social media and making the comments that he did. All of us as private citizens, the majority of us, had we made such comments in our own personal capacity, we most certainly would have brought embarrassment upon ourselves in our profession. Many of us would have been reprimanded. Whether or not the comments were racially biased, I believe that the language that he used certainly could be construed as such, but even that is irrelevant. It's a matter of professionalism and whether or not it was appropriate for him as the chief of police in our township or anywhere to make such statements. If he shows this type of poor judgment sitting in front of a computer, how can we be certain that he will exercise any better judgment in more serious situations? And that really is the bottom line. He is a liability. Someone said very succinctly that it's opening the door to any future disciplinary actions from police officers. If the chief is held to a lower standard than we're trying to hold our other officers to, where does it leave that? It really is blowing my mind that so many people are just overlooking the very simple fact that you cannot afford to have someone who makes these poor choices in this role. It sucks for him because I do believe overall he's done a good job as the police chief of Shelby Township. But sometimes we make mistakes that are unrecoverable from. There are many other great police officers out there, maybe someone within our own department that can be elevated, that can take over and run this township police department. He's not the only good cop out there. And it's time for him to step aside and for someone else to take over this role. He blew it. Thank you.
Thanks for coming in. Who would like to go next?
Alyssa?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, hi, my name's Alyssa. I have lived in Shelby Township all of my life, and I just wanted to make some comments regarding the termination of Chief Schlide. I don't think that whether you want to say they're racist or they're violent comments, I believe they're both, but either way you want to look at it, they should not be tolerated with any job position, but especially a power of authority. We all do have freedom of speech, but you also have to look at the impact that his comments have made on individuals in the community. People in this group have been saying that they couldn't feel safer in the community. Me as a white woman, I do have privilege being in that race class, but these comments don't affect me personally, but they hurt me. They make me feel scared. They make me feel scared for my Black neighbors who have now feel targeted. They don't necessarily feel safe in the township. They're hurting and they're upset. Someone that's supposed to protect them has made these comments, and their neighbors, their people that are supposed to support them, are siding with him, and it's really unfortunate. Some individuals in this township, they just want forgiveness for this chief. I do think he deserves forgiveness, but other residents also want actual justice, as the lady before me stated. Some things that you say, they are just you can't recuperate from them. And when you are in a position of authority, you should not be surprised that when you leave these comments, you will face consequences. And I do believe he is a good chief. However, he is a grown man. He can make his own decisions, and he made that decision. He made multiple decisions to put out those comments, and you throw out your clean record when you say things like that, and therefore you don't have a clean record anymore. I also want to make a note of, if we do have so many good cops in the Shelby Township's police department, why is it so difficult to let go of a police chief that is making so much uproar, bringing so much hurt to this community, especially with everything going on? And why can't we bring someone up who the community feels safe and respected by? Because at the end of the day, they're supposed to make this community feel safe and feel respected. And obviously, the community does not feel that way. Thank you for your time, and thank you for having this meeting. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming. Thank you. Who wants to go next? We're down to, I think, just 2 now. We're back up to 4.
J Mac. J Mac.
Okay, we'll move on. We're down to 3.
Michael Malone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Italian American who lives in Shelby Township for the better part of the last 13 years, and proud to say I've had Mr. Aestheticist sign in my front yard a few times. One time you came over when it was about 90 degrees, and I give you credit, sir. And what I'd like to say, I think I'm going to go off the beaten path just a touch, is in my time in Shelby Township, I've got, I got the gift of gab. I'm Italian. I can't help it. And I've had the opportunity to meet a lot of police officers and actually become good friends with numerous. And when this story came to my attention, I actually, I reached out and I said, okay, what is this guy like? Because I don't know the chief. I admit it. I've never met him. What I got was a resounding respect for the guy. And I think that says a lot because, these people that I've met and even being pulled over and, situations that my neighbors or somebody might have been in, I've always been treated with such respect and a person that counted by these people. And I'm proud to call them my friends. And I think that when you look at what he actually said, finding racism in this is just, it's searching. I don't see racism in what he said at all. I'm a 56-year-old man. I'm no spring chicken. A lot of us saw what was on TV and got kind of scared. We were a little worried about what was going on in the rest of the world. And, I'm in Petaluma, California right now, but this meant a lot to me. So that's why I'm dialing in tonight. But we were all a little worried. And I think a lot of us might have thought these are barbarian and savage, as savages in a way, because we were scared. We're not talking about the peaceful protesters. My daughter was involved in the Hall Road protest, and I'm proud of her. She's stepping up for what she believes in. Her godfather is a man of color. And he's obviously one of my best friends because I made him the godfather. So I think that it's time to step up a little bit and do your job and realize that this is not a bad guy. This is not a racist. This is not somebody that's bad for Shelby Township. I hope you see it my way, and I wish you all the best in a really, really tough decision. But you have a lot of good police in your department, really, really good police, and you have a good city. And I hope you keep it that way. And I think that keeping the police chief on point would be your best decision. Other than that, good night from California. Thanks for having me.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And by the way, 56 sounds very young to me, but anyway, thanks. Okay. Who wants to go next?
Phone number 586 ending in 170.
Hello?
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. I'm Shelby Township. I've lived here for 15 years. I paid over $100,000 in taxes, so I feel that my voice should be heard. Shelby Township is safe, it's beautiful, it's a peaceful community. That's why we decided to live here. I always sleep well at night because I know we have excellent police officers patrolling in our community. The officers are well-trained, they're courteous, they're professional, and that's not an accident. That's the result of strong leadership. And then that brings us to our discussion, the future of Chief Shelby tonight. The only reason we're having this discussion is because a radical George Soros-funded left-wing political group that promotes hate and violence against police officers, called Black Lives Matter, decided to protest and push their political agenda in Shelby Township. I know a lot of people that live in Shelby. None of them protested outside of the township. The people that did protest are not residents. They don't represent the community. They don't pay taxes, and they don't vote here. So my question to the board is this: why are you even wasting your time contemplating
removing an excellent police chief based on the demands of a radical political group that creates division among the people and promotes their racism. When I listened in on the Zoom meeting today and last week, I noticed a lot of the people that called in to complain were not residents of Shelby. Don't you find that a little odd? If the residents in Shelby were that upset about their police chief, they would have been out there protesting. But you didn't see them out there because they're confident and content with their police force. I've been in business my entire life as an owner. I know a lot of people, including many of the ones that have financially supported the campaigns of members of you on the board to get elected and reelected. And make no mistake, I'll make it my mission to make sure anyone who contributes funding to your campaigns, if you vote yes to remove Chief Shelby based on the demands of a political group that's radical, that has nothing to do with Shelby Township, I'll make sure they don't fund you anymore. And that's a promise. The officers that work in the department have a great relationship with the chief, and the chief has a great relationship with them and the residents. Don't let these feminazis and racist political outsiders that are one-sided try to change Shelby Township. Vote yes to keep our chief. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. And also, I've got to thank you for that tax revenue. We do appreciate that too. Okay, who wants to go next?
Phone number 586 ending in 647.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. I'm a resident of Shelby Township for many years, and I just want to reiterate the importance our police chief has in Shelby Township. He's been, his relationships with firefighters and paramedics in this township have been wonderful, and those relationships are what helps to keep you and your family safe. You all sleep at night because of the safety our chief provides. Bob Shelby is a strong leader Shelby Township needs. Please vote to keep Chief Bob Shelby. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you very much. Who would like to go next? We're down to 2.
Frank?
Hello, can you see me?
Yes.
All right, very good. I just want to make some brief comments. I've known the chief professionally and personally for a number of years, and I am truly perplexed by some of the comments of some of the individuals. I do not reside in Shelby Township, so you can give my comments the same weight that you'll give, I hope, to the comments from all the other people who do not live in the community. I did a rough tally here, and I think the majority of people who have spoken, who are Shelby Township residents, have spoken favorably for the chief. I don't discredit anyone's comments that have been made against the chief. They have their First Amendment right to speak, and it's wonderful in our democracy that they can do that and they can express it with passion. Yes, I believe some of them have an agenda. More so, I believe they are lacking in knowledge of the facts that underlie the matter. The individuals who have said repeatedly these comments are abominable because they were about protesters who don't know the motivation that existed behind the comments that were made by the chief in his social media account. What was made by the chief, I think, and why it's so significant to really put it in perspective, into context, is very simply that the chief was commenting about brutal criminal behavior. Nothing short of that. To call that a racist act means to say that his oath of office as a law enforcement officer means nothing. Your township demands that aggressive attitudes be taken against criminal behavior. And this was a reflection of that. He's supporting your community. He is not hurting your community by what he has done. And I want to say, having been in the industry of both labor and law, that I am appalled by the comments of individuals like Chief Craig from Detroit. Those comments are not appropriate by an individual who clearly doesn't know the facts of the matter, is a politician in uniform, and would be better suited if he takes care of his own town instead of worrying about what happens in Shelby Township. So I respectfully request that you, as the board, assess all of these matters. Who cares about this issue in Shelby Township? Who has an outsider's opinion? and do the right thing in this matter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we're up to 4 more, and who would like to go next?
Galaxy S10.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I work for Shelby Township. I respect the chief. I've worked with the chief. I understand social media and the pressure of what's happening right now, especially for police officers. I would like to advocate for something being done in terms of his aggression that he showed definitely deserves reprimand and or therapy and or whatever you guys and the police station agree with. I don't know if it means losing a job because I myself have ranted on Twitter before, but I will say that reading the tweets myself from the account before they were deleted did dissuade me and change my impression of the chief. And it definitely put a it definitely hurt their reputation. And I know it's going to take a long time for him and or the police station to get it right and revive that trust. But I just hope everyone does what they think is morally right. And that's what I believe. So, bye.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Who would like to go next?
Phone number 248 ending in 989.
Yes, good evening. Thank you for taking my call. My family owns 2 businesses in Shelby Township, and we've had a lot of interactions with the chief over the years, and I just wanted to express my strong support for the chief. Our family businesses actually employ a number of minorities, and we've had, with all interactions with the chief, he's been very positive and respectful and compassionate. I think we all feel he cares about the citizens of this community. We've never experienced any kind of racial issues with him. And I would say that the comments that he made, in fact, would not be seen as racism. They did not single out any demographics in those comments. I believe they were aimed at peace, not at the peaceful demonstrators, but rather those who were resorting to violence, including killing police officers and other citizens that were attempting peaceful protest. And it's been said that 1,100 residents have signed the petition requesting the chief's removal. However, we are a city of 80,000 people, so that's only 1.38% of the population who've signed a petition stating the chief should be removed. I, in fact, feel quite the opposite. And as a business owner in the area, along with others, we want to express our sincere support for the chief, and please respectfully request that his job be kept because he's done a wonderful job for our community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Allison?
Hello. Okay. I'm going to make it quick. It's really emotionally charged. I see that there's a lot of opinions about if it was racist, if it was not, and how it makes a lot of people feel, and that is important. My bigger issue is he violated an agreed employee agreement, which is cut and dried. Like, he chose to sign a policy that said he would not do the things he did, which is go on social media and say the things he did. If you want to do that in your own time, do that. If you're the chief of police somewhere, you can't go out in public and do that and expect people to not hold you accountable. If this policy isn't taken seriously and he gets let off with a warning or a slap on the wrist, what other policies is he going to violate, or other people going to violate? It trickles down. And if you have somebody in such a high position of power, how do you not hold them accountable or stick to what you said you would hold people accountable to? You can't let people just do whatever they want because people like them. He chose to have a job that put him in the spotlight. And if he couldn't handle it, then he shouldn't be doing it. And that's all I have to say is do your job and make him accountable for his actions. Because that's his job, is to hold other people accountable. And he isn't doing it. Have a good night.
Okay, thank you.
Jamie Hagan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Hello? Hello? I think we lost him. Who's next?
We'll come back to you, Jamie. Abby Kenzor.
Abby?
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes,
Hi, we can hear
you're
you.
on. Okay,
Hello?
Abby. Yep, you're on.
Hi.
Hello.
I just wanted to say, police are supposed to make us feel comfortable in our own cities and towns. And I don't want my kids or my nieces and nephews to grow up in Shelby Township with a racist police officer. When we raise them to accept everyone with any kind of skin color or sexual orientation, attacking people and segregating people on Twitter is not what I would like to see in a leader. Tolerating racism is racism. We demand he needs to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who's next? That might be it.
248-559.
Hello?
Yes, you're on.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time. I am a resident of Shelby Township, and I just want to voice my support for the board in the decision that they're going to have to make tonight. It's going to upset a lot of people one way or another. Unfortunately, this isn't a matter that is open to a lot of subjectivity, even though it is something that is emotional for a lot of people, and I understand that. It's immaterial if the chief was a good guy, and it hurts for the people who loved and respected him, and I understand that. It hurts when someone that you care about lets you down. It hurts when someone disappoints you. But the reality is that one of the principal jobs of the police chief is to protect and uphold the reputation of the police department, and he didn't do that. It's cut and dry. It's immaterial if the comments were racist. It's immaterial if he was a good guy. He put his department in a position where now any action that they take will be under question and under scrutiny based on the comments that he made, albeit on a private Twitter account. Someone made the comment that he went through the trouble of creating a private Twitter, and that means that he's not guilty. I think that's completely opposite. I think it shows that he knows what he was doing was wrong, and he chose to do it anyway. It's not the board that caused this for him. It's a decision that he made on his own, and I think that he would understand that if he was a man of honor. I think he would resign himself after what he's just put his officers through. That's my opinion, and I appreciate the time. Lastly, I just want to correct one thing someone said about knowing Shelby Township police officers who suited up in riot gear for the whole road protest. There were no police officers there that were in riot gear, and there was no visible presence from the Shelby Township Police Department. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it, and good luck tonight.
Thank you.
248-994.
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You're on.
Yes, good evening. As a business owner and a resident of Shelby Township for 21 years, I'm calling in support of Chief Schlade because his 30-plus year record speaks for him. I pray you make the right decision. He's not a racist. Let's keep the chief. Jesus said, forgive, not fire. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, one more.
248-610.
I just reiterate also as a Shelby Township business owner with an actual physical business owned in Shelby and a resident for many years. He's doing a fine job, and so is the department, and we're fully behind him. And believe me, as many residents that come through our business feel the same way. So I would highly recommend that you keep them, and just wanted to let you guys know. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Justin.
Can everybody see and hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi there. I'm hearing a lot of remarks from business owners and people who live in Shelby Township. Me and my family have lived in Shelby Township for 18 years, and I really hope people hear me out. Just as a minority, as a Black man, what I have to say on this. Last time I spoke in the meeting before this, I basically wrote up a short message talking about our experience throughout our lives here at Shelby Township for 18 years and how we've been, ran into a good amount of racism. I'll just talk about one again. It says, when I was 10 years old, both me and my older sister suffered racial harassment from 2 Shelby Township police officers while riding our bikes with a friend on 24 Mile in Shelby, not even a mile from our home. They aggressively pulled their cars onto the sidewalk to block our path, stepped out, and accused both me and my sister of being a mixed-race male suspect that they were looking for, who was a few years older than us and much taller. They even asked if I, at 10 years old, had an ID to prove my identity. It's just one example of how, Shelby Township may not be the image that you guys may see. And I'm glad that people aren't experiencing the same thing that I have throughout my whole life, because I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. But, I come from a family of law enforcement and military. My mother works for Customs and Border Protection. My stepfather is ex-Navy. My uncle worked in the Detroit Police Department for over 20 years. He's currently a detective. And something that really stuck to me that my mother told me is that she doesn't like to look at her job as a position of power, but a position of authority. She takes so much pride in being given the trust by of what she deems as a fair structure, our hiring system, our law system, to trust her with the authority that comes with her job. And she wears that every single day with everything that she does. And she does not take that off. She may take off her uniform, but she doesn't take off her complexion, her self-control. And she always has a clear mind. And that's something that we need in someone who's in a position of authority, much more so the chief of police. People are saying it's, they say his 30 years plus and his experience speaks. Well, what I think speaks louder is the lack of action of something that's clearly wrong. Like people have said before, people would have been fired for much less at their jobs for what they've said, they would have hypothetically said online. Much less, the chief of police in a position of authority, a badge, a gun, saying things like that. It's alarming. I think the fact that me just starting to protest for the first time in my life, running into complete strangers supporting me more than my township, I think that is what speaks a lot more than just, I don't want to discredit his work, but like other people have said, some things cannot be forgiven. And I know people have said that he can't be forgiven, but.
Thank you.
Hello?
Thank you.
313-154.
Speaking.
Okay, you're on.
Yes, sir. My name is John Metallic. I was a police officer for the city of Detroit for 28 and a half years. 12 of those years I spent at the Detroit Metropolitan Police Academy. That's where I met Chief Shelby as an 18-year-old student. T.O. Sly, even at that age, he had showed such leadership. He spent his own money getting equipment for the class. He organized study groups, not for himself, but for the class, because he excelled in academics, firearms, and physical agility. He left the academy, went to the 7th Precinct, where his lieutenant told me that he was one of his best officers who enforced the law courteously and appropriately. No racial complaints. Chief Sly came to me and told me he was leaving Detroit for Southfield. I told him not to do that. He'd be making a mistake. He had a better chance to move up in Detroit because I knew he would move up the ladder. He told me he could handle it. He went to Southfield, where he became a PO, to sergeant, to lieutenant, to deputy chief, and then appointed chief of your fine township. This is all a matter of record. Now let me tell you what you don't know. He knew how hard it was for certain students to get equipment. They had to pay for PT gear and first aid supplies before they got a check. He came to me and said that if any student could not pay, he would pay for it. This was not just one time. He did this all the time with my years at the academy. He didn't ask for who it was for, man, woman, black, white, Asian, Hispanic. He only knew that they needed it. And all he wanted to be was anonymous. He gave from his heart. One time I was helping a pastor from the inner city church, Crosswell Roads in Detroit, donations for Thanksgiving. Chief Schlide came seeked me out. Tabor gave me a substantial donation. He said, here, put a smile on the families' faces. Get them what they need to have a nice holiday. He fed about 25 families. That was anonymous. Chief Schlide is a great leader. He's the best one to lead Shelby Township Police Department now and in the future. In my humble opinion, this board should keep Chief Schlide. He has more heart and character than any police officer I know. He is a great husband and father. And I want to thank you, and I appreciate you taking my call, even though it was a long wait. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay.
iPhone. User iPhone.
Okay, we'll move on.
And we'll try Jamie Hagan one more time.
Okay.
Jamie Hagan. Oh,
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you for the time. I'm a Shelby Township resident, taxpayer, and voter. I wanted to start off by saying that I actually appreciate all the out-of-city callers that use their time tonight to call in. I think it's descriptive of the current climate. I think it shows that this is a large-scale issue, not centralized to Shelby Township in and of itself. I think people find it important enough from out of city to call in and voice their complaints of something that hits still close to home for them. Secondly, I hope that you see this as an opportunity to really set a tone going forward for Shelby Township, that morals are placed at the highest level, that you're not settling for okay any longer, that the status quo will no longer be accepted, that fine is not fine enough. In my opinion, voting to keep the police chief instated tell me that to you, good leadership skills are synonymous with a moral compass. I don't think you have to look in a history book that far to see that that's not a true statement. It also tells me that derogatory terms spoken by the police chief are deemed acceptable. It also tells me that you do not believe police are held to a higher moral standard. I expect police to be held to a higher moral standard in the same way that I expect nurses to be held to a higher degree of knowledge in the health sciences. And finally, it tells me that you condone police brutality because it's been vocalized by the highest member of the police force. Now, in closing, I want to remind the board that as public servants, it is not your duty to act in a vacuum. It is in fact your duty to understand the needs and the voices of your community. I don't think you have to look very far to understand where our voice lies, but I'll cite some figures for you. The last change.org petition numbers that I recall seeing as of last week in support of the termination of Robert Schlide had 13,400 signatures. A counter petition that was started had 14. I'll repeat, 13,400 to 14. I have not seen any counter protests in support of keeping Robert Schlide. However, I personally have been part of 3. And I think that the callers on the past 3 calls clearly demonstrate where the voice of your community lies. I'll end on a quote by Martin Luther King. It is always the right time to do the right thing. And I hope you do the right thing tonight. Thank you. That's my time.
Okay, who wants to go next?
iPhone, we can try you again.
Hello,
Yes, go ahead.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, I just wanted to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I am a Shelby Township resident. I have lived here my whole entire life. I would like to express my disdain for what I've read on the internet, for what I've seen on Twitter. I don't want to infuse politics into this discussion, but when you have a police chief at the highest degree in your law enforcement showing a complete bias, which is towards people of color, it's towards people that are liberal. He is on the task force to represent the entire community for people with differentiating political views. You can't hold somebody to a high standard and not hold them accountable. His job is to protect all of us, and I don't see that there is trust in the community with him being on board of Shelby Township Police Department anymore.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. The public comment has ended. And what I would like to do at this point, before we answer all the questions, is take a 10-minute break. It's 10:01. We'll be back at 10:11. Thank you. To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty, justice for all. Okay. I just want to say a couple things before we, no, actually, we'll just get right into it. We'll start answering questions. I know we have some emails. All emails have been distributed to board members. Is that correct, Mr. Huth?
Thank you, Mr. Stathakis. Yes, there's have been a number of emails that were sent just prior to the meeting to the address properly noticed and during the meeting. And those emails with comments from folks were forwarded to the entire Board of Trustees. Secondly, a group of those emails contained the same set of questions pertaining to the same set of screenshots. And those screenshots were, according to the sender, attributed to Robert Schlide. The questions asked what role those screenshots would have in an investigation tonight, and the answer is none. These came to light just today and are not part of what the board is discussing tonight, although the board has seen those screenshots and the comments pertaining to those. With respect to the questions that were forwarded tonight, first, whether the Dave Grossman training was supplied to township police officers in Shelby, and whether it would continue to be a training technique or use in a future instructor. And speaking with the captain tonight, he has indicated that all outside training will be assessed and best practices move forward will be considered. So that just does not pertain to the Dave Grossman training, but any training at the township. Whether the township would investigate if there are other complaints tied to other members in the police department regarding social media comments. And the answer is yes. If there's other complaints or comments or complaints pertaining to social media comments, the township would investigate as it has done here. The next one is sort of a rhetorical, but maybe not. The question is, what tools is the board using to check its own explicit bias? So that's one for the board members to consider. Another question, the speaker said that the chief indicated he would seek counsel and therapy. The speaker said the chief said that during pertaining to his apology. So the question was, is he doing it and is the township paying for it? And the answer is, at this point, we are not aware of whether there's counsel or therapy going forward. I don't believe there has been. And going forward, I'm not sure what the board will decide on that. Another rhetorical question, would you be comfortable being yourself subject to a body bag if you attended a protest? Again, rhetorical, but Mr. Stathakis, Board of Trustees, that summarizes the questions that we received tonight.
Okay, thank you very much. And since we have approved the agenda, we will not proceed with the items as designated on the agenda.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I would move to concur with the recommendation of Planning Director Julie Missage and retrain Audia Concrete Construction to complete the Shelby Road Sidewalk Project from Montgomery Drive to the middle branch of the Clinton River at a cost not to exceed $78,040. The total cost of this project, including engineering, will not exceed $120,000. Funds are to be taken from Community Development Block Grant Fund item number 262-405-981-260.
Support.
Motion made by Mr. Flynn, seconded by Mr. Viviano. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Michael Flynn,
Yes.
Vince Viviano,
Yes.
Lynn Wilhelm,
Yes.
Lisa,
Yes.
Stanley Grout, yes. Rick Steffikis,
Yes.
John Vermeulen.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you very much. Item number 2, policy software. Our police department has asked us to consider the purchase of policy software. The software would help the police department with administrative policy review, enhance the department's drafting, tracking, and reporting, and actually many of the neighborhood police departments have used this software and recommend it. Cost is $8,875. Who would like to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to concur with the recommendation of
Chairman?
the Police Department and approve the purchase policy of the software from Powell DMS at a cost of $8,875.25 per year. Funds are to be taken from Police Fund line item 207-305-730-300.
Support.
Motion made by Mr. Viviano, supported by Ms. Wilhelm. Any discussion? All those in favor, please, or no, go ahead,
Roll
please.
call. Yeah, do roll call.
Roll call,
Yes,
please.
Vince Viviano,
Yes.
Lynn Wilhelm,
Yes.
Lisa Casali,
Yes. Yes.
Michael Flynn,
Yes.
Stanley Grout, yes. Rick Steffikis,
Yes.
John Vermeulen.
Yes.
Carries.
Okay, item number 3, we have deleted, so we'll go to item number 4. I've asked this item, it's the state of emergency extension. I've asked for it to be placed on the agenda for consideration. Board, you may recall that the township state of emergency declaration will expire on June 17th, 2020, which is tomorrow. Rather than asking the board to reconsider this item monthly, I'm asking for a motion authorizing the extension for a period of not more than 90 days. I appreciate the efforts of Deputy Fire Marshal Dwayne Staten and Interim Fire Chief Rodney Scratch on this matter.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Flynn.
I'd move that the state of emergency declared by the township supervisor on March 17th should be extended until further notice, but not later than September 17th, 2020.
Support.
Motion made by Mr. Flynn, supported by Ms. Casali. And just so you know, the only reason, well, one of the biggest reasons we're doing this is for funding possibilities. So we need to keep this going in case funding actually becomes available. Okay, roll call, please, unless there's any discussion. Okay, roll call.
Michael,
Yes.
Roll call,
Lisa
please.
Casali,
Yes.
Stanley Grout, yes. Rick Steffikis,
Yes.
John Vermeulen,
Yes.
Vince Viviano,
Yes.
Lynn,
Yes.
Lynn,
Yes.
And yes.
motion carries.
Yes, okay, great. Okay, the next item is the item regarding Chief Schley. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I have a question.
Yes.
Is Chief Schley going to speak this evening?
Mr. Huth?
Gotta unmute him.
Yeah, can you unmute Mr. Huth?
I think I'm unmuted.
Okay.
Chief Shalide is expecting to speak. He has a right to speak, of course. The issue is typically with our format, that type of comment and discussions happens after a motion is made. If we're trying to do it a different way, we could, but just the format usually is otherwise.
Would someone like to make a motion?
May I speak? Can I make, what do we need to do to change the format to allow the chief to speak first?
The chair could, and I'm not sure, am I speaking with Ms. Casali or Ms. Wilhelm?
Yes.
It was a board member, right? All right. So the chair has the authority to allow a different way forward on this. So the chair could allow it. That's Mr. Staffikis.
Ms. Casali, is that what you would like to see?
Well, maybe that would be helpful for the board members at this point. It's just a suggestion.
Okay.
I agree with you.
I'm open to it, board members. So
I have no objection either.
no objection, anyone? Okay.
No.
No.
So I guess then here's what we'll do. We'll bring Chief up and he can speak. And I see he's there now. Chief Shalide, good evening. You can speak
Muted.
now. After you're done speaking, then I would ask for a motion. Okay.
Ready?
Can everyone hear me?
Yes. Everybody hear him? Yes. Put your hand up if you can hear him. Okay. Yes, everybody can hear you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the Township Board, I bleed blue. I've been doing this job since I was a kid. This isn't a job for me. This is my calling. It's in my DNA. I appear before you today humbly and ask you to understand the context in which I made my private comments. I fully recognize the magnitude of this situation. I am not a racist. In my career as a law enforcement officer, I have strived to be fair, just, and compassionate towards all people. My comments were driven by my heart and emotion due to the blatant criminal activity I was observing in the aftermath of rioting across this country. When I saw the rioting, it was deeply disturbing. When I saw the church next to the White House get set on fire, a church that has been standing since our fourth president, James Madison, it sickened me. When I saw innocent citizens being brutally attacked and beaten with lethal force by the rioters, I was disgusted with the inhumanity which was taking place. Then I started seeing my brothers in blue being assassinated, shot in the back of the head, murdered in cold blood, stabbed, beaten, shot, run over. And this was going on in numerous locations around the country. I was filled with anguish and despair. One video in particular captured the devastation which was occurring, which prompted my comments on my personal account. Nick, can you please play the video? They blacked out the most important part.
Yeah, I'm asking everyone to please refrain from the writing on the screen. I mean, we're just, Chief Schleit is trying to make a presentation, and we owe it to him to give him time. He's been sitting here listening to all of you. Now I think we owe it to him to listen to him. So please refrain from that. Is there a way to take that off? Okay, go ahead and start it up.
They're blacking it out again. They didn't show the kick in them. Oh, sorry. Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, can everybody hear? Chief, put your hand up if you can. Yes? Yeah, we can all hear you.
I'm sorry the video was hacked into, and I felt like the entire video wasn't shown properly, but I understand.
Chief,
move on.
I apologize. I just want you to know I apologize because I know you've been sitting there. You did not interrupt, and someone out there did. So that's not fair. Not playing by the rules that we said we would play by at the beginning. So I do appreciate your patience, and we will try to now let you have the floor with no further interruptions.
Thank you, sir. Viewing that video sickened me and led to my comments. I did not comment about anyone's race, sex, religion, or other protected class of people. To the contrary, my comments were about criminal behavior. When I took over command of our police department in January 2015, there was a disconnect between the police department and the Board of Trustees. The police department was also lacking essential leadership, training, and equipment. Lastly, the police department didn't offer the services or have the proper staffing that a town with 80,000 people should have. Everything rises and falls on leadership. Over the last 5.5 years, all that has changed. We now have arguably one of the best police departments in America, and I'm extremely proud of that. I glow with pride when I think of what my team and I have been able to accomplish through working with our Board of Trustees. I understand the opinion of some people may be in disagreement with the tenor of my comments, but I also fully understand the opinions held by citizens of our township. Watching the news glued to the TV, I could see the spillover effect on other communities, including our own. I totally support the right of protesters to peaceably protest under our Constitution. I have been involved in numerous protests without blemish. Most recently, I led my team with a plan that we developed for the Hall Road protests, which went off without a hitch. Along with monitoring the news, I was also monitoring the riots on Twitter. I observed the extremely graphic video which showed an elderly woman being beaten with 2x4s and kicked in the head as she was trying to protect her store. In my professional analysis, the criminals were using lethal force against this woman, and my suggestion of needing body bags was the lethal force by law enforcement could have been necessary. Protecting the lives of others has been my life mission. Ask yourself in your heart, if this was your mom, sister, daughter, would you want an officer there? We are trained to protect lives, and we would have. I know my comments have been viewed as insensitive to some, and I acknowledge that. My comments were directed at rioters who were engaging in criminal behavior. no matter who does this kind of thing, not peaceful protesters. As always, in my entire 33 and a half years, I stand for law and order. The Code of Ethics within the Department Rules and Regulations of the Shelby Township Police Department, Rule 1.02, make it clear that law enforcement officers are to make no compromise for crime, and that law enforcement officers are to relentlessly prosecute criminals. My comments were intended to comply with the Code of Ethics. In retrospect, different words could have been used to express the same concern and emotion toward the criminal behavior. While I cannot at this point in time change the choice of words, I understand that despite my good intentions, others may have taken offense. Perhaps because they did not truly know the context of my statements. Nevertheless, I extend my apology to anyone who has taken offense. I have served in this profession that I love for the last 33 and a half years. I was hired by the Detroit Police Department as an 18-year-old kid. During my 7 years there, I made over 1,000 arrests. This was a predominantly African-American community. I then spent the next 21 years in Southfield, another predominantly African-American community, where I rose through the ranks to become deputy chief. I have spent the last 5.5 years leading our police department. Not once in 33 and a half years have I been sued or mentioned in a lawsuit. Not once has there ever been any accusation of me being a racist. Wherever you go, there you are, as my mom always told me. It's literally impossible for me to be the things I'm being called in the media and by the keyboard warriors on social media without having a track record of this behavior. I am being crucified unjustly. My comments have been shifted and taken out of context. The first week I started here, I met with my entire staff over the first week. I let them know that my expectations were from them and what they could expect from me. Together, we hit the ground running and have never looked back. If given a chance to lead the men and women of our agency again, I will continue that model of public service. I am formulating a plan moving forward for both myself and our department. My department is in talks with the Rosa Parks Self-Development Institute. I will also be working closely with Professor Eric Barnes from the University of Detroit Mercy, who is chair of the Criminal Justice Program and a mentor to me. Eric is one of the most brilliant men I have ever met, and he's a friend. Of note, he is one of the most distinguished African Americans in law enforcement experts in the greater Detroit area. I will also be working with my family spiritual advisor, who happens to be Bishop Francis of the Chaldean Diocese. As I have over the last 5.5 years, I will assure that our officers receive the best training available. There is a reason that we have not paid out $1 in litigation since I took over our department. My secret: training, 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 and leadership. In my first 3 months as chief, the department spent the yearly budget for training. Pay now or pay later is my philosophy. Fair and impartial policing is actually anti-bias training. About 1.5 years ago, this became the buzzword through law enforcement. However, 2.5 years ago, we delivered this training under my leadership to our entire department. In fact, we sent 2 of our officers to St. Louis, Missouri to be trained to come back and bring the training to our department. I have also commissioned our community services unit, which engages in our community on a daily basis, something we had never done before. President Obama's task force on 21st century policing established 6 pillars. Pillar 1, building trust and legitimacy with the community. Pillar 2, policy and oversight. Pillar 3, technology and social media. Pillar 4, community policing and crime reduction. Pillar 5, training and education. Pillar 6, officer safety and wellness. I'm proud to tell you and all members of this audience, and more importantly, all 80,000 members, all residents of our township and business owners, but everyone on my staff and our entire department have instituted the 6 pillars of President Obama's 21st Century Task Force on Policing, something I'm extremely proud of. I've been called many things tonight. They associated me with President Trump. They've been calling me a racist. If I was any of those things they were calling me, would I institute all of these pillars that President Obama established at my department? And you can ask any one of the 110 people that serve under my command if we have instituted these pillars. I will also present to you something that I'm extremely proud of. I have hired 29 officers since I took over. To this day, 26 officers remain. Why is this relevant? Because when I took over, I was the first person hired under the new 401A system. Warren, Chesterfield, Sterling Heights, Southfield, Dearborn, just to name a few, still have full pension plans for new hires. Our officers can pick up and leave anytime they want. However, not one has left for another department. This is a testament to my leadership. Otherwise, these officers would have left for greener pastures. This is going on all around the Metro Detroit area. Police officers are picking up and leaving. Departments that have been established for 50, 60 years, even departments that have pensions, are having officers leave. However, no one has voluntarily raised their hand and said, I'm leaving this department since I've been chief. And that I'm most proud of. In regret, I regret this has happened. I clearly understand that the heat has been put on our community. I don't deserve to lose my employment over this. People deserve a second chance. My words were hurtful to some, but many others understood what I meant. I respectfully ask for each of you to consider all of the facts in this case and stand up and do the right thing. I have the support of the men and women in my department, and most importantly, I have the support of the people and business owners of Shelby Township. Mr. Chairman and Honorable Board, I thank you for your time and ask you to consider my matter very carefully.
Well, thank you, Chief Schlide. And again, I apologize for the bad behavior and nonsense that we saw during your presentation. I know you were very patient, and I would have expected, I think almost everybody was, but one or two people were not. So I do apologize on behalf of all that. Okay. At this point, I would ask for a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Ms.
Lynn
Wilhelm.
Wilhelm. I move to suspend Police Chief Schlide for 30 days without pay effective June 17th through July 17th. And as a condition of continued employment, require him to satisfactorily complete the cultural awareness and law enforcement training program conducted by James A. Friedman Training and Consulting LLC and OSS de-escalation program within 60 days. Support.
Motion made by Ms. Wilhelm, seconded by Mrs. Casalo. Okay, discussion?
Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Flynn.
I want to thank everybody from inside and outside the town tonight to come in and sharing their opinion. I agree with you, Mr. Chairman, and by and large, it went very smoothly. And I understand people are passionate on both sides, and I just wanted to relay my gratitude to the people for maintaining their composure and behaving professionally. I know it was said by several of the commenters, but I think it bears repeating. Correcting the narrative that we're seeing in this country, locally and throughout the country. Looting a Macy's is not a protest. Burning a police station is not a protest. And then in the video that the chief commented on, beating a woman within an inch of her life while her husband watches is not a protest. I think we all know what a protest is and what isn't a protest. I think the country was fully united when they saw George Floyd murdered. And I think, unfortunately, there's some people in this country that make a living off of dividing us. And almost immediately, with willful assistance from some in the media, went about doing that. I don't believe for a second Chief Schlide is a racist. If I did, I'd be voting to fire him and I would be leading the charge. I believe cancel culture in this country has gotten out of control. It seems like if you offend someone in even the most minor way, the first and only remedy is loss of employment. I don't think that's how we want to live as Americans. There's a reason we have an HR department. There's a reason we have policies. We look at, I hope that as Americans, and certainly I believe the culture in Shelby Township is such that we can behave like adults and we're not going to look at something that happened over a period of a few days and judge the man's entire life and career over it. And I'm certainly not going to do that to the chief. Again, if I thought he was racist for a second, I'd be voting to fire him tonight and again leading the charge, and I don't believe that. I think in Shelby Township, truth, logic, and not bowing to this out of control speech monitoring. I grew up in the 80s and I read 1984 thinking it could never happen in America, where you had thought crimes, where you had, you know, the punishment for disagreeing with me is you don't get to have a job. So I'm not going to support doing that in Shelby Township. Having said that, and I've said this, the chief and I have had several discussions since this happened. I think he chose his words incredibly poorly. I think he violated our social media policy, which is in his contract. I think that his words, the words he chose, were easily misconstrued. If you are predisposed to think there's racism around every corner, I can understand how you would think that the chief's comments were racist. I disagree. But having said that, I think the chief is entitled to some discipline because of the way that he chose those words in a poor manner that resulted in some embarrassment to the township, some embarrassment to the police department. So I would agree with the motion that was made by Mrs. Wilhelm and Mrs. Casale to discipline the chief, but I do not believe he is beyond redemption, and I have every confidence that after a period of time, he will go back to running the department in the exemplary way that he has up until now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Vermeulen. Ruth, I'm sorry, Mr.
It's
Ruth.
Huth. Actually. I'd ask that the motion maker and supporter consider an amendment. We heard later in the day that OSS is suggesting that the law enforcement counseling and training would be the best program instead of the one suggested by the motion. So if there's some consideration for that, I would appreciate it. It would be OSS, Law Enforcement Counseling and Training. And I did send that out later in the day for your consideration. Secondly, there was one missed speaker. Great job by the township for handling that. But I'd ask the moderator to allow one speaker to speak. He knows who it is ahead of the vote on this matter, and then everything is buttoned up the way it should be procedurally. Thank you, Mr. Supervisor.
Ms. Wilhelm, will you amend your motion as Mr. Huth just suggested?
Yes, I will amend it.
Ms. Casale?
Yes.
Okay, that's done. And would you like the speaker to come now, or should we continue our discussion, Mr. Huth?
So now would be an okay time if the moderator could call on that person.
I'm looking for him, Mr. Huth. I don't see him in our list anywhere. Stand by just for a moment.
Well, we'll continue with a discussion. Who would like, Mr. Vermeulen, you had your hand up?
Yes, I think the chief's speech did very well to represent all the points that has been reflects on our police department so well under his tenure. I personally took an interest in this, and I immediately started checking the court databases. Trustee for the federal dockets, the man has never been named in any suit. Our police department under his tenure has never been named in any federal lawsuit. I checked the Oakland County Circuit Court Index. I checked the Macomb County Circuit Index, and these are serious charges. If it goes into those court indexes, it's over 25 at the county level. If it's at the federal, $75,000 minimum damages. The other thing, is that I took it upon myself the day of the protest on June 6th to actually ride along, and I assessed the police department myself. I found them very professional, and I think it can only be attested to, you know, when I saw that, it reminded me of my own time in the military police with the Army. I think Captain Schmiller was very professional, as was Lieutenant Wiley. I got a very good impression of our officers. Not a single one, in my opinion, is racist. Several of them did talk about the George Floyd incident. They were not happy about it at all. They thought it was just plain awful. Our police officers are not racist. Our chief's comments were clearly taken out of context. I believe that she lied, you know, it has done the right thing by our department and our community, as evidenced by many business owners who testified tonight before our board meeting and many citizens.
Okay, Mr. Remula, is the speaker ready yet? Okay, we'll continue the discussion. Who would like to go next? Mrs. Casali?
Yes, thank you. I'd also like to thank all of you that have taken the time to call or send email regarding this matter. And here is what I feel in my heart. I feel Chief Shelby was outraged by the senseless violence that was taking place during the recent protests. Like the silent majority of the township, I believe, as Chief said himself, his remarks were directed at the violent agitators and the looters. Chief Shelby's comments had nothing to do with race. Chief Shelby is passionate about his job to serve and protect the people of this township. I have received countless calls and emails from residents, community leaders, police chiefs of other cities and townships, pastors, business owners, fellow police officers, all in support of his character and leadership over his long career. Chief Shelby is an asset to this township, as evidenced by my conversations with Deputy Chief Coyle, Captain Schmittler, and the presidents of the Command and Patrol Officers Unions. Chief Shelby did exhibit poor judgment in use of social media and his choice of words. He has asked for forgiveness. One of the emails sent to me has stuck in my head. It said, "No one," I quote, "no one will be harder on Chief Shelby than the chief himself." I am confident he will rise to the occasion, be a focal point for the change moving forward, and continue to lead his department with integrity. I stand behind our Chief Shelby and our law enforcement officers who risk their lives daily to protect our community. Thank you.
Would like to go next? Yes, Ms. Wilhelm.
Thank you. I also want to make a statement. I also want to thank everyone for being here. It's been a very long evening, and these are not easy decisions for any of us to make. I made my decision based on the many I've heard from in the community, all the emails, the calls, the discussions. In my estimation, Chief Shelby's record, leadership, and successes far exceed his remarks made about out of frustration and reproach for those breaking the law. He was not espousing racism, but was responding to rioters among those peacefully protesting. I have carefully reviewed all of his tweets, and although I don't condone the particular verbiage he used, I can understand the dismay he felt. I know our suspension of the chief will give him the opportunity to reflect and come back even stronger. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Mr. Grove.
Thank you, Mr. I respect everyone's opinion. I want to thank everyone joining in, pros and against Chief Shelby. We have to remember how this thing started. A long time ago, but there was a spark to what's going on now. And was that innocent man was murdered by a bad cop. I'm going to repeat, the innocent man, Mr. George Floyd, was murdered by a bad cop. Held accountable. He will go through courts. I'm sure that will be taken care of. I am disappointed with the crowd that was online. Extremely disappointed. And one person evoked Mr. George Floyd's name. Person. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to, our board and everybody online, to take a minute of silence in memory of Mr. George. Can you do that, Mr. Chairman, now?
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm going to continue. I listened to everyone, try to reason with every comment. As I mentioned before, everyone's opinion. I actually came to this meeting tonight with very open mind. We listened to you 2 previous meetings. We listened. I took this very seriously. Many of you mentioned that you've been harassed, you've been followed. Police department by different policemen. Something. I am not black. Followed home one evening. After the meeting, we stopped at the restaurant to get a bite to eat. 6 years ago, before Chief Shelby came here to this community. And a cop followed me home. I went in a house. Next thing I see a flashlight flashing in the window. There was a police there. I came out, opened the door. My son, who was 16 years old back then, came asking me, "Dad, are you okay?" Well, I was okay, but scared as hell because it reminded me of the time when I grew up under communist government, where my family was subjected to harassment. I simply wanted to tell me that he expects me to continue with their retirement plan. Expects me to continue with their retirement plan for the department cops in Shelby Township. I know how you feel. I was followed. I was harassed. There was another time. My wife was 8. We were at the party. Was followed by a sheriff, deputy sheriff, Macomb County, and stopped. I was asked why I'm going so slow, why I'm driving so slow. Drunk. The reason I was following, because I was in a construction zone and my wife was 8 months pregnant. I got stopped. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. on 25 Mile in Romeo. No, 3 other cars pulled up behind me, front of me, on the side of me. Felt like a criminal. I told the officers what's going on. He looked at me, he didn't believe me. Searched my car. That again reminded me the time when I was a teenager, I grew up communist. So I know how you feel. I know how you feel by being harassed. So I came to this meeting with very open. I know what Chief said. He apologized for it. He never said that these yellow, black, blue, green. I trust him when he said that he referred elements. I trust him because that's what he said. But I'll tell you what helped me to make up my mind. A meeting ago, 2 individuals announced their candidacy for Congress during our discussion about Chief Shelby. Announced their candidacy for Congress running on Democratic Party. There's a record of it. And I want to thank the young lady that compared our president to Nazis. Shame on you. You respect, we respect. Obama, I respected every president. I respected Jimmy Carter that caused me my job with General Motors, 7 years seniority. I still respected them. And compare the United States to Hitler, shame on you. It became political. This became political. These speakers, so-called speakers, they have political. It didn't matter anymore. It wasn't about Chief Shelby, and it wasn't about Mr. George Floyd. It wasn't that anymore. This is why I'm going to support a motion. Give Chief another chance. Give him 30 days off. He's going to come back with some training. And we're from here. I feel very passionate about this as well. I really do. That's my story. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, since this actually broke on June 4th, I've been asked to weigh in as well. And in addition to my statement, which I've made, I really haven't said much more than that because I wanted to wait until this evening. And also I wanted to wait until we heard from Chief Shelby as we did last Friday. And I want to remind everybody that yes, it broke on June 4th. We took action that same day. We put him on paid administrative leave. And then on June 11th, we actually gave the opportunity to the public to participate in a meeting. And then we did the same on June 12th, Friday. That was just before actually Chief Shelby talked to us in closed session. And tonight is I call it part 3, public participation. And we did this for a reason because our board of trustees wanted to hear from as many people as we could. And I think we've done that. And by the way, after the vote, we are going to have another public participation. So you can talk again if you want to. So we have not been light on public participation. So where does one begin the conversation? Well, let's begin by what guides our community. Shared values. And what do we value? Well, we value law and order. That means supporting our PD with the best equipment, the best training, and the best recruiting and encouragement. We value diversity. That means respecting the individual and respecting the differences of gender, age, experience, style, nationality, and race. We value integrity. That means we do what we say. We value honesty. That means that we speak openly and directly with care and compassion in order to resolve issues. And we also value accountability. That means understanding what's expected of us and being committed to meeting those expectations. And by the way, these words that I've read, we talked about the first day that I was on a job. And this has not changed, not by one word. And this goes back to 2008. By striving to live these expectations every day, we build mutual trust. And notice, I didn't say will, but I said strive. Because, like it or not, we are all poor, miserable sinners. None of us can be anywhere near perfect. But if we are genuinely striving to live these values, we will have an outstanding community. So here's a question. Did Police Chief Robert Schlide genuinely strive to live these values? These values I just spoke of. Law and order, diversity, integrity, honesty, and accountability. That's the question. Well, he created a false account, and that was not honest. He referenced Brooklyn District Attorney as, quote unquote, shut up, you libtard. Go bury your head, unquote. That's not valuing law and order. That's not valuing diversity. And it's not valuing accountability. He said, and I quote, wild savages. I wish to God I would have been there. Body bags for those vicious subhumans, unquote. The chief's tweets did not distinguish between nonviolent protesters and lawbreakers who cause injury to persons or damage property. This was not valuing law and order, or diversity, or integrity, or honesty, or accountability. So I return to my original question. Did Police Schlide genuinely strive to live these values? No, he did not. Therefore, it's essential, not just important, but essential that Chief Schlide be removed from his position for 3 reasons. First, he clearly cannot be trusted to enforce the law impartially as much as he may try. This is not a personal problem where he could fix things at home. His statements on social media affect Shelby Township's police department at the very top, whether we like that or not. His statements appear to reflect a fearful, toxic attitude toward non-white Americans. And it is troublesome and offensive to see him characterize rioters as quote unquote wild savages and quote unquote subhumans, and expressing a desire to kill them or see them killed as he called for body bags. Now, in saying these things, Chief Schlide has let down Shelby Township, and he's let down America. Our country stands for law and order. That means we do not decide for ourselves how to enforce the law. We do not kill or maim to send a message. Rather, we insist that even as we punish criminals for their wrongdoing, we treat them humanly. We do not tolerate vengeance. We demand justice. And justice demands uncompromising impartiality to all people, regardless of their ethnic background, regardless of their gender, and regardless of their social standing. That's why we call it law and order. This brings me to the second reason that Chief Schley must be removed. His attitudes could negatively influence the morale and performance of the police department. One might rationalize that this was an isolated incident and that nothing here affects the department, but that's simply not plausible. Leaders don't just give formal orders. They informally encourage certain norms and expectations within an organization. This is true even if the leader never makes explicit statements. Now, it's possible that Chief Schley's attitudes toward lawbreakers and minority people with different ethnic backgrounds has influenced the attitudes of his officers. Left unchecked, the influence will spread to the point that employees will spread the same influence to one another. Bad attitudes could negatively affect how police officers deal with lawbreakers, or worse, non-white residents who have done nothing wrong, which creates an adversarial relationship between Shelby Township and its police. Besides that, what sort of message does it send if board members allow Chief Schley to keep his position? How will it affect law and order in our community? How will it affect our police officers in the street? How will Shelby Township residents feel? Well, that's my third and most important reason for encouraging Chief Schley's removal. It protects our police and our residents. The reputation of the entire Shelby Township Police Department that protects 80,000 residents is at stake. If we allow Chief Schley to return, our police department will certainly face second guessing from at least some residents and maybe even from each other within a department. And the question of, is our top cop really living our values, will be asked. And he was not, and they will question, he was not then, so what is he now? And what about departmental discipline? Might we hear, why should he be calling me out for something that he did? And how might this affect the public? The people that our police department are sworn to serve. The relationship between our community and our police is everything. Even a slight risk for such an important relationship between our police and community to degrade is unacceptable. Will some citizens feel less safe? Will some remain angry? And if left unchecked, will this lead to, at minimum, a higher degree of distrust within and outside of our department? In short, we are only now coming to understand the damaging attitudes at the top of our police department, which are actually endangering Shelby Township safety. I can personally appreciate Chief Schley's remorse, and I do. Perhaps one day he can reinvent himself, but not here, not in Shelby Township, and certainly not as Chief of Police. The damage has been done. Shelby Township's Police Department needs a fresh start at the top. Our men and women in Shelby PD deserve it. And quite frankly, they need it. That is why, after much, much prayer, many sleepless nights, and many conversations with my closest friends, I will vote this evening to remove him from the position of Shelby Township Chief of Police. Is there any other discussion?
Rick,
Yes, Mr. Viviano.
I too spent many countless nights and hours going over this, and I can appreciate what the chief has done. He's done a great job with the department. It's a great department. Many terrific officers, men and women. It's an extremely hard decision for me. I tried to focus on beliefs and I tried to focus on what I thought was best for the township overall. There's many angles to this. It's an extremely difficult situation. Not saying what the chief did was racial, because I don't believe it was racial, and I don't believe he's a racist. The things I seen on the video were disturbing. A lot of things that were said were disturbing. And, you know, I too would agree to terminate. I thought maybe the chief was going to step down. We're in a difficult position. It has nothing to do with politics. Because I believe there's a lot of pressure on the other side of this thing. And we already knew the outcome by the votes that were put out there just now. And took me a long time to make that decision.
Okay, any other discussion? I think it's time to vote. And before we do the voting, Mr. Huth tells me that there's a comment that we must make from a resident. Mr. Huth?
It's actually resident ending in 680. You were trying to get a hold of us earlier, but you weren't able to, so now is your time. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. Thank you. I appreciate you accommodating my comments. I tried to get through earlier and wasn't able to. Thank you, Board of Trustees and community members for being here tonight. And just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Mark. I'm a taxpayer and resident of Shelby Township. I believe that the board should vote to remove Chief Shalid as the police chief. I think that his behavior and comments on social media were inappropriate. In my opinion, they were obviously racist and violent and advocated illegal actions and police brutality. And I didn't hear this point brought up by anybody else. I had to come in a little bit late, but I wanted to raise the point that the Shelby Police Department commented on his account with their official account. So this shows to me that other officers are aware of his conduct, and it speaks to a culture that his leadership has fostered in the department. I believe that there should be some sort of independent investigation into that. And for those saying that the chief is upholding law and order, I disagree. You know, he's advocating illegal and violent behavior, putting people into body bags, and smashing phones out of people's hands who are recording police brutality. So, thank you.
More new ones. He could have spoken to business from the floor, by the way.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we will proceed with a vote. Mr. Grote, will you please take the roll? Mr. Grote?
Yes, I'm here.
A yes would be to remove, a no would be, no, I'm sorry, a yes would be to suspend. Mr. Huth, could you please clarify? You're on mute.
Yes, the motion that is being voted on is as follows. I move to suspend the police chief Schlide for 30 days without pay effective June 17 through July 17, and as a condition of continued employment, require him to satisfactorily complete cultural awareness and law enforcement training conducted by James Friedman Training and Consulting and OSS Law Enforcement Counseling and Training within 60 days. That's the motion on the floor.
Mr. Grote, please take the roll.
Elena Wilhelm,
Yes.
Lisa Casali,
Yes.
Michael Flynn,
Yes.
Stanley Grout, yes. Rick Staffikas,
No. No.
Vince Viviano.
No.
Motion carries, Mr. Chairman, 4-3.
I didn't vote.
No, Oh, Mr. Vermeulen, I did call your name.
Here it is, sir. I vote yes. Retain the chief, suspension.
Can you,
5-2. 5-2.
Right.
5-2, Mr. Vermeulen, you voted yes?
Yes.
5-2, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Motion carries.
Okay, so unless anyone has any township announcements, does anybody have anything they want to talk about for township announcements? Then I will go right to the business floor. Before we open up business from the floor, I'd like to remind you how we're running this meeting. Again, speakers will have 3 minutes to speak, which is pursuant to a board adopted policy. You can ask questions, but we will not be answering them during your 3 minutes. Instead, our attorney will keep a log of the questions you're asking. We will complete all of these questions from all the speakers and then answer them to the best of our ability once the business from the floor section of this meeting is over. To reiterate, we will not be answering your questions during the 3-minute time period. So please list all of your questions at once and we will come back then. We'll be utilizing Zoom's virtual hand raising function to keep track of who would like to speak tonight. To let our host know you'd like to speak, here are the instructions. If you're on a computer, click the button that says participants toward the bottom of your screen. Then a column will appear on the right. Then press a button that says raise hand. If you're using the Zoom app on your smartphone, there are dots in the lower right hand corner. Press that button and then press raise hand. And if you're calling in by phone tonight, simply press *9 and the host will be notified that you'd like to speak. We will now begin the hearing. Business from the floor. Please pay attention. The meeting host will be calling on you by name or phone number. And you may begin.
Neil Brand.
Hi, how is everybody?
Good.
May I comment on the Shelby matter anyway, at this point?
Yeah, you can, sure. I mean, that's where it's open forum, as long as it's about Shelby Township.
Sure it is. I was trying to get on for the last 2 hours, so I appreciate this, even though you've already had the vote.
Go ahead.
I want to tell everybody that this is a great man. I was driving my son to his baseball tournament about 4 years ago, and I was driving a convertible. And my younger son, who was 5 at the time, was very excited. I stopped my car before parking in the lot. He stood up, I turned left, he flipped out. I'm a very calm person. I don't get excited very easily, but my little baby boy just flipped out of a convertible and hit his head on the ground. Before I could even get around the car, Chief Shelby was on the scene. He turned from baseball coach assistant to first responder, and he looked at me. I have known him, but not extremely well at that time. He said, "Neil, I got this. Get your son." He checked him out, said, "Get him to the hospital." I said, "What about my other son?" He said, "I got this." I've never seen a man act so calmly in a time of trouble like this. I think your community is very lucky to have this man. During the same game, the shortstop threw a ball into my other son's face, and it was Shelby who stopped the bleeding on his nose, then arranged with my wife to get him home safely after I'd already talked to my wife. Now, I know people are upset and I know people are happy. And I've been on both sides of it as a lawyer. I've seen people upset with verdicts and people happy, but I'm going to urge everybody to give this man a second chance. I have seen this man deal with many things before, just friendship type things. And the way he considers himself, whether he's right or wrong, shows me he doesn't do things for ego, and he doesn't do things for fame, and he doesn't do things to get himself in the paper. He is going to be better for this. And I have practiced law in Shelby Township before. You have a tremendous police department, tremendous judge, great prosecutor. You have a great community. And I want everybody to have that compassion for the chief. And I want everybody to give him really give him a second chance. And Mr. Stathakis, I'm sorry if I said your name wrong. I understand everything that you're saying, and I appreciate the fact that you prayed about it, and I appreciate how much time you put into it. But I promise you, you guys have just put the ball in this man's court. The responsibility is with him to do the right thing and prove that he's a winner. You have a champion as your police chief. You have a winner. And at this point, after 34 years of impeccable service, he's now going to prove it again and again and again. So I ask that you give him a chance, everybody with open heart, to learn from this issue and to become what I consider to be the best chief that I have ever dealt with professionally and through friendship. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak tonight.
Thank you very much. Who would like to go next?
Joshua Clairfelt?
Yes, hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, well, first of all, I just want to apologize to all of the Black and brown people that are with us tonight, because you once again have been terribly let down by a system that is controlled by thousands of years of injustice. And I'm sorry that that happened to you, and I'm sorry that that continues to happen to you. And I also just want to say, for the chief, who I truly do believe is a coward, none of us came here with videos of police brutally killing George Floyd. But you are trying to take a video and turn it against a whole community of people that are outraged that they've been oppressed. It just shows that you truly, really do have no understanding of the racial injustice in this country. I would strongly urge you to get in touch with that, and you won't, so I don't know why I'm asking. The only leadership I'm seeing here tonight is the supervisor, Rick Stakos, excuse me if I, and Vince, I'm not even gonna try with your last name, but I would like to thank you for standing up, for actually showing leadership and not just following this terrible, oppressive wave. It's just so upsetting. And I just want, again, for everyone here who is a minority, I hear you, and I really think we can change. And these people are outdated. The people who voted against this are outdated, and we are gonna see change. I promise you, I'm gonna keep trying. I promise you. And as a Jewish American too, I just want to say to that Stan Grote, like, I'm sorry, but we do have someone who is comparatively, in some respects, to a Nazi or fascism. And these issues are political, and pretending that they're not, like, doesn't make any sense. To say that only one side is politicalized is insane to me. And this is, again, I'm just outraged. But I just to close, I'm standing with you guys, and I'm just here to be with you. So thank you, and I guess that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Would anyone else like to speak?
586 ending in 253.
Yes, good evening. This is Richard, and I am a Shelby Township resident for 15 years. And I heard bits and pieces of some of the commentary with regards to the vote, and it sounds like the vote went in the right direction. I'm going to read a passage out of a book I've read called Stop Mass Hysteria by Dr. Michael Savage. And this is what I wanted to read in earlier, just didn't quite get the chance. Hatred is in the air. We are living in an age of hate, in which mental pollution is worse than air pollution. The most accessible and comprehensive of all unifying agents, hatred is spreading like a virus into all too willing hosts. It unifies knee-jerk liberals, no matter what their difference is. I've heard some stuff today about the chief, and I was kind of flabbergasted because living here for 15 years, I either had my eyes closed or my head in the sand apparently, which I didn't, But apparently this guy was a walking, ticking time bomb of a racist maniac. Well, let me tell you, I live in a multicultural subdivision with wonderful people of all races who are decent people, maintaining their houses, taking care of their houses, and have a lot of pride. I'm not sure what Shelby Township, all these other bozos were talking about with systemic racist that, and you don't know what it's like. You know, you got to live there and pulled over and stopped and tail lights. I must have a blind eye because I go from here to my office in Detroit. I've been doing it for over 26 years to Detroit, but only living here for 15, and I haven't seen it. The cops here, the police officers here are professional. They treat all of us with respect. You get pulled over, you follow the rules, they take care of business. As far as with the police chief and his actions and his words, he made a bonehead mistake. You know what? He who was without sin cast the first stone. They were words, poorly judged words. The man has a good career, and I'm glad to see that his career doesn't look like it's going to end. Remember the thin blue line.
Time's up.
It's the only thing between us.
Thank you. Okay, who wants to go next?
586. Five 363.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Michelle, and I'm a Shelby Township resident. I've been a resident for 23 years, and I've also known Bob for 35 years. Having said that, I feel that I can speak to his character and to his leadership. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Okay, I'm going to start over. My name is Michelle. I'm from Shelby Township. I've been a resident for 23 years, and I've also known Bob for 35 years. Having said that, I feel that I can speak to his character and to his leadership qualities and his downfalls. First, I'd like to say that only residents of Shelby should be allowed to speak their opinions. You're not allowed to vote in our elections, so you shouldn't be able to cast your opinions now. I do not think his social media comments were appropriate, but I also don't think that they were racist. He's not a racist. He's a hockey dad, and he's also referred to his kids as savages. Most all Shelby residents, his staff, the department, and the community as a whole are proud of him and his leadership. He is beyond passionate about keeping the police and his residents safe. He has a flawless and impeccable record from all three cities he's served for 34 years. You can look that up. It's not an opinion. It's a fact. Detroit, Southfield, and now Shelby. Since everyone is referencing God and religion, I would suggest reprimanding Bob for his poor choice of words in his tweets, employ some type of diversity training for him and the entire department, teach all of us how to speak with more sensitivity, and ultimately forgive him and allow him to continue to protect and serve. I am calling in now because I was disconnected a few times earlier, so I know this doesn't matter now, but I wanted to make my statement. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for trying a second and third time, and we do apologize about the disconnection. Thank you. Okay, who would like to go next?
Abby N.
Yeah, it's me again. This is off the cuff. My other comments have been written down because I'm much better that way. But I have things to say. I vehemently disagree with your decision. I think you made the wrong decision here. I think you made the wrong call. To the many white men who commented that they sleep well at night and that they don't see racism in Shelby Township, of course you don't. You're white. You have the privilege of not having to see it because you're white. I don't know. I think we would do better to listen to the people who are telling us, hey, there is a problem here, hey, the chief's comments do contribute to it. And why we're not listening to that, I don't really, I mean, I guess if you want to sit in your own bubble and say, well, no, everything's fine, I don't see racism, so it doesn't exist, that just doesn't make sense to me. I'm rambling. I'm sorry. Everyone has been followed by a police officer at some point. Not all of us have been followed by police officers because of the color of our skin. That's a completely different experience. And it's one that I can't relate to because I'm a white woman. I hope that the chief rises to this occasion and the diversity training turns him right around, and he never has a thought or makes a comment like that again. But it would surprise me if that was the case. I do appreciate you taking the time to listen to everyone. Also, I'm not a resident. I live in Sterling Heights. But me not being a resident doesn't mean that a Shelby police officer can't pull me over when I'm in Shelby Township. So this does affect me, and I do have a voice in what happens here. Again, thank you for taking the time to listen to all of us. I really do appreciate that. There was a lot of comments. So again, thank you, and have a good night, I guess.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate your input. Yes, there were a lot of comments tonight, and would anyone like to go next? Yeah.
Natalie Jones.
Okay.
Hi, yep. Once again, just like the last caller, it is me again. I would like to express my appreciation for Mr. Stathakis and Mr. Viviano for speaking out and being courageous enough to make what I believe was the right vote. I am immensely disappointed in the remainder of the votes. I guess the only thing I have to be grateful about in this decision is that I will get a nice little 30-day reprieve where I don't necessarily have to worry so much about my husband coming home late because he got stopped by a police officer and didn't survive the encounter. After those 30 days are up, all bets are off because the chief is going to be right back in his same position. I heard a lot of comments both before and after the vote about forgiveness and second chances. My only comment that I'd like to make at this time is that the man that you just gave a second chance to and offered this forgiveness to publicly stated that he would not give that same forgiveness or that same second chance to a person on the street. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to go next?
Katie Medlock.
Yes, thank you. I am a Shelby Township resident, as if that matters, as has been stated very well before me. I'm a new resident to Shelby Township, and this is a part of my first encounter of what it's going to be like to live here, and I am extremely disappointed. The first part of the vote really showed me the true colors of some of the members of the trustees, and it is intensely disappointing. Can see right through using the words cancel culture. He's not a racist. I'm not a racist. It just shows so clearly the level of ignorance. You don't understand what that word means. So I implore all of you, as white appearing members of our community who hold such positions of power, to better understand what that means. Dismissing the term, not understanding the term, is not acceptable when you are in a position of power, such as that you are. I want to sincerely thank Mr. Stathakis and Mr. Viviano for so wonderfully stating all of the concerns, just capturing them so well. The implications of keeping him in his position of power. I'm shaking, I'm so upset. 30 days in a training program can deprogram this. You should be ashamed. You should be ashamed. The people who voted for that. Again, thank you very much to Mr. Stathakis and Viviano for making the right choice for the people out there who are actually affected by this. I'm going to echo what Abby said earlier, not the white people who can sleep at night because they don't have the same threats that other people in the community are facing. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else here?
Shauna Burberry? Shauna?
Yep, sorry about that, guys. So this has really been an embarrassing orchestration by our council. I thought it was a little weird how completely coordinated Officer, I guess, Chief Shields' response was. Obviously, that was quite coordinated. You know, Michael Flynn, your comments referring to putting citizens, American citizens, in body bags as a minor offense, that's just, it's really unnerving, frankly. John, you compared our police system to the military. This is not a militant state. Police are here to protect us and serve our community, period, not to create some sense of militant presence. Lynn and Lisa, I'm a white woman, I'm a Christian. That's embarrassing that you just jumped to that level of, well, just throw 30 days at it and a training program. You should know better than that. You should know, as women who have faced, I'm sure, sexism as I have, that this is not that simple. And Stan, you said you beloved him because of what he said. Well, so did I. But each of you had an opportunity to rise up and stand for the values of Christianity, and none of you did. And our board has subjected themselves to emotions and forgone the morality rather than upholding law and order because of the rules and regulations that you set for your leaders. The hypocrisy of not upholding an employment agreement sets a dangerous precedent, and it opens our entire township and our taxpayers up to legal liability, and it's sick. I don't want to have to pay for the decisions you guys made because you are buddies with with this chief. That's sick. You've created a taxpayer problem, and now there's a legacy for our children to solve on our behalf. I guess that's time.
No, you still have time. I don't know what that noise was. Are you?
Fine. You failed our Black citizens. You failed our brown communities. I'm really sorry. Each of you, we need each of you, each one of you Black people of our community. I'm so grateful that you have had the courage to stand up and speak and share your stories. We need you. We need your voices to advance our community. And I'm so sorry that our all-white board has failed you today. That's absolutely embarrassing. Very grateful for Rick's leadership. Thank you, Vince, for also standing up. Chief, you told me to fuck off. You straight up. And I'm white and I'm female and I'm privileged and I'm affluent. I pay a lot of taxes. So I really, really, truly hope that your heart has changed from here. Please start with watching something like 13th on Netflix. There's a ton of resources that can make our community stronger. It's that simple. Just invest in that time. I really am disappointed that this community has chosen the wrong side of history, and I'm going to pray for each one of you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And please, people, no profanity. That's something please, I ask you to restrain yourself from that, and I would appreciate it. Thank you. Who would like to go next?
Gray?
Hi. Okay, so I have a couple of things that I just wrote down just off of hearing this. So it doesn't go in any particular way or anything, but I need to let all of this out. So I want to start with the lady who said, if you don't live in Shelby, you can't talk about it. So you can be a police officer in Shelby Township and you can arrest and or kill people, but you don't have to live there. So I'm so tired of that narrative so everyone can, you know what I mean? Like that doesn't make any sense. You don't have to be you don't have to live in Shelby to be a police officer, but you have to live in Shelby to comment. No, that makes no sense to me. Secondly, I want to get to this. This is very good. With his coordinated response, he said he acted out of anger because he's seen his brothers in blue, which you don't have brothers in blue. You all choose to put that uniform on. We don't choose our skin. But he said he acted in anger or whatever, like he normally wouldn't, because he saw his brothers in blue being beaten and killed and and he deserves forgiveness. Well, those rioters were acting out of anger. Those looters were acting out of anger. Why? Because they seen their brothers getting beaten and killed. But they don't get forgiveness, according to you, Chief. They get body bagged. That's the problem. And it's not that their color or anything like that. As a law enforcement officer, you should never be encouraging officers to kill people who are breaking the law. They deserve to be arrested and prosecuted like everybody else. Then I want to get on to, he addressed some of the things he said, but he didn't address all of it. So that coordinated response and the little video you showed and everything, what about the freeway? You didn't even talk about any of that. But anyways, oh, another thing I wrote down, Rick, you are a true hero. We appreciate you. And I don't think that, oh, you're just a black lover or anything like that. The things you said are true. I want everybody to get on Twitter right now and go look at all the threats that are being put out there against Shelby Township. People are talking about burning your police department down right now as we speak because of the dumb decision that you guys just made. You're making a decision to protect one man or give one man forgiveness that's going to affect 80,000 people, if not even more, because there's no telling who's going to come there to protest, who's going to come there to loot, who's going to come there to riot. If you want Shelby to get better, you want Shelby to be better, you can stop talking about the past, what he's done in the 35 years, and start talking about the future. Like somebody else said, there has to be, even in that same department, I don't support that, but there has to be somebody else that can run and lead the department effectively, and that's not him. And lastly, I just want to say, again, I want to echo what the other two ladies just said. The people who saying you don't see the racism in Shelby and you sleep good at night and you drive to work for 20 years, it's because you're living and driving from the comfort of your white skin. Racism is a problem in Shelby, whether it has something to do with this. This is just going to, and the baseball guy, going forward, Chief Shalai is not going to be able to be out in public without getting backlash, without getting people yelling things at him. That's what you guys want in Shelby. That's what you want at your baseball games. You need to let him go. Stop protecting one person and protect 80,000. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your input. We do appreciate it. And who wants to go next?
BA?
Yes, hi. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I just have questions that must be answered by the folks that have been voted here in Shelby Township. What is the cultural training class that this chief will take? When will a community forum be held with the Shelby Township Police Department with your minority residents? I cannot tell you how disappointed I am. 21 years in this community, thank God I've never had an issue. But I tell you that if something happens here because of what has taken place here tonight, those in positions of leadership, you will be held accountable. Let me tell you all something. God is looking down right now. And I said it earlier, and I'm going to say it again. You better search your heart. Mr. Shalid, you better search your heart, sir. I don't know how you can call anyone subhuman for whatever activity. I just don't understand how you can do that. That's a heart issue. And you need to get before God and repent like every last one of us need to do every day. But in leadership, you've got to come up higher. And I am asking everyone on this board to come up higher in this community. Mr. Flynn, Vermeulen, Ms. Casali, Ms. Wilhelm, Mr. Grote, Mr. Stathakis, Mr. Viviano. I would like to see this whole board take some type of diversity, racial bias training. And I'm going to say it again, my question, and I'm not going to back down off of this. I want a community meeting with the police department for your minority residents. You owe that to us based on this vote. And I want everyone that voted or that's in a position of leadership to be a part of that meeting. It has to happen. If it doesn't happen, I'm telling you, it's not good for Shelby Township. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And just so you know, we have I call it a community meeting, the first and third Tuesdays of each month. We actually have a meeting where anyone can come and speak to our whole board. The meetings start at 7 p.m. the first and third Tuesday of each month. Now, the one in July is canceled because of the election. But that's usually how, and of course, because of COVID-19, we now are Zooming our meetings. But yeah, anybody can attend our meetings. So I just want to throw that out there. We don't need a special meeting. We already have them twice a month. Okay, is there anyone else?
Mary N.
Hi, yes, thank you. I'd like to echo the thoughts of the last caller. Shelby Township has a race problem. I live in Shelby Township. I've lived here my whole life. We have a race problem. And I want to ask the same question because I want to make sure she gets an answer. When will we get a forum with the Board of Trustees and somebody representing the police dedicated to our minority residents to get some questions answered, to give us some semblance of security in our own hometown? I'd like to say thank you to Mr. Stathakis and Mr. Viviano for their votes, votes that I think a lot of us on the call thought were given, but 5 of you, specifically John, Stan, Michael, Lynn, and Lisa, you 5 have sent a message to minorities in this community. You heard them speak, you heard their voices, and you told them that their voices don't matter, that their safety doesn't matter. And that's important. That message that you sent to them is important. So I don't know how you can live with yourselves after telling people that. I live here now. I don't know how much longer I will be living here. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for coming tonight. Who else wants to go?
586-227.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I have quite a few things to say. I'll try to make it quick. First thing is, the chief was commenting on a video. If anybody wasn't moved by that video, I don't know what's wrong with him. He also has his First Amendment rights to say what he wants to say, just like everybody here tonight. And the situation where the people are being beat with a 2x4, if an officer pulled up and he got out of his car, he would order them at least once or twice to stop. And then he would have to shoot them. And guess what? You probably need some body bags. Because these animals that are doing this stuff, and I didn't say black or white, these animals that are doing this stuff, somebody's got to stand up to them, and it's law enforcement. It would be the chief's duty as a police officer to shoot them if they didn't stop. Now, I've heard a lot of stuff about black, brown, white, and I'm going to say this. There's a truth here. He was talking about a very upsetting video, but everybody seemed to miss that, especially the national news. Why is that? Why do we not have the whole truth about what the meaning of his comments were? Yes, they were in bad taste. Yes, I agree. But now you have black people calling into Shelby Township, some that maybe have lived here for 21 years. I've been here for over 35. I paid to be here. I paid my taxes. I've earned it. We've earned it out here. But to sit there and start talking about burning down the police station, making threats at a Little League baseball game, that stuff cannot stand. And the biggest racist of all, and don't ever forget this, is the federal government, basically picking and choosing people based on skin color and race. It's funny how a Native American Indian, when he applies to something for some kind of benefit, they ask him what % Indian he is. That's not right. So one person gets all kinds of favoritism based on our government, and other people don't. And I think that I'm mixed about whether you keep the chief, but I think you do because he's got a good record. And let him apologize to the community, but don't come here and burn it down. Don't come to our community and burn our community down because you didn't like something the way it went. It's not right. And as far as people using, as far as people using.
I'm sorry, time's up, but thank you for coming in. And by the way, I would agree that we are a very peaceful community. And yes, and that's one thing we take a lot of pride in. So, okay, who wants to go next?
Detroit activist.
Yes. I would like to say how disgusted I feel sitting here and listening to white people call in and say that racist things aren't racist. And I can't imagine how a person of color feels if I feel this disgusted. All that Shelby Township did tonight was be a perfect shining example of what not to be in these times. You guys failed miserably. You failed the people of Shelby Township. I was listening to Stanley Grott, I think his name was, barely get through a story about the one time he was harassed by police. Could you imagine if that was your everyday life, Stanley? That happens to people every single day, every minute of their life. They're worried about what police are going to do to them. And for white people to call in and say that the things that Robert Shelide said aren't racist, that's white privilege. You're privileged enough to not have to deal with that. And to listen to that last caller say, don't come to our community and burn it, don't burn it down, then do the right thing. Because you didn't listen tonight and you're going to have to listen at some point. This isn't over because your vote's done. You're going to be listening to us.
Okay, thank you. Who wants to go next?
Andrew Grimm.
Yes, thanks again for letting me speak, and to the hundreds of people who have been part of this meeting tonight. I am deeply saddened in my heart by the decision made by the Board of Trustees. It's going to weaken the positive opinion the people have of the board, but it also will strengthen. It will strengthen the people who are standing up for change. It will strengthen the people who are standing together and doing what's right for this world. I do appreciate Mr. Stathakis and Mr. Viviano for standing up for what's right. And I do encourage them to stand alongside us in peaceful protest marches coming up. I also implore Mr. Shelide, if you do truly believe that you are for the people, and I'm not sure if you're still there, I think you left the meeting, at least under your name. But if you're there, stand alongside us in a march against police brutality. If you truly are for the people and want to end the brutality that has been seen over and over and over again here and around the world, stand with us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It is 11:55. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll see you at 12:05. 5 minutes after midnight, we'll return. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, we're back to our public participation. Who would like to go next?
I've got Alyssa next.
Okay.
Hello. So I spoke earlier, but I just wanted to thank Supervisor Stathakis and Trustee Vince Viviano for standing on what I believe is the correct side. I also want to make a note that For those who shared their experiences of what they thought was discrimination, even though they were white, saying that you were pulled over, you were profiled, but yet you expect empathy when you won't give it to those who are trying to reach you. I find that very unfortunate and disturbing that I live in that township where that happens. I'd also like just to make sure everyone remembers that if we don't like the outcomes of things, we are able to enact change throughout that by voting for people who make these decisions. So for the people who make the correct decisions, we will remember you. And for those who we do not agree with your views, we do not think they're right, we will remember you when it comes to election day as well. So everyone just remember that that's in November. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your comments. Anyone else?
248-514.
Yes. So this is Leslie Rott-Waldbacher, Beverly Hills, concerned citizen because of previous interactions with Chief Shalide. If Chief Shalide truly cares about your community, he would resign rather than drag this out for another month. He had a chance to speak, which was too little too late, and instead he showed a video that he had tweeted about as some perverse defense of his actions. Thank you to the two members of the board who voted for termination. At the least, Mr. Shalide violated multiple parts of his employment agreement, and at the most, his comments are vile, hateful, and racist and proclaim violence against citizens. This vote tonight is a stain on Shelby Township and the state of Michigan. To the members of the board who voted to suspend the chief, your privilege showed tonight, and what truly did it get you? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
248-559.
Hello, thank you. Again, since it's apparently so important to the people on this call, I am a Shelby Township taxpayer and resident. Members of the board, you have failed to act adequately and are in dereliction of your duty in representing all citizens of Shelby Township. It's clear that most of you had your minds made up prior to this meeting. Whether or not the comments of Chief Shalide were racist is irrelevant to whether or not he should keep his job. Whether or not he's a really good guy is irrelevant to whether he should keep his job. You're attacking a straw man. The real issue is that he failed to represent the police department and Shelby Township honorably. He failed in the most basic responsibility of his role as chief of police and created a clear divide between its citizens and painted an undesirable and inaccurate picture of our township and the residents who call it home. You have now made yourselves responsible for any impropriety on behalf of the Shelby Township Police Department. You no longer have the benefit of plausible deniability when it comes to the actions of the chief and his officers. You now have to face the predisposition and stigma that Shelby Township is a community that is not safe for individuals who do not look like or agree politically with the chief. Chief Shalide, to play that video as some sort of evidence that what you have said was appropriate shows you clearly missed the point and do not understand the breadth and impact of your comments. You want a second chance, but the ideology you impart on your officers and the culture you cultivate within the department may not award we the people a second chance if you say, decide we're savages, subhuman, or libtards and choose to put us in a body bag. You should be ashamed. You should at very least be humbled, and if you were half the man your supporters have made you out to be, you should resign. Real leadership is personal responsibility and taking accountability for your actions. There is no honor in your victory tonight. You maintain your employment because enough trustees fail to understand why what you did was inappropriate, instead boiling the entire argument down to whether or not your comments were explicitly racist. You have a job tonight because of a failed local government, not by the virtue of your actions. This is not, as many have suggested, an unprecedented moment of ramped up emotions over the incident of police brutality, over one incident of police brutality that's just going to go away. This is a new normal. This is the citizens standing up and demanding more of their police and their local government. This isn't a moment, it's a movement. And it's not going away until real changes are made and equality is advanced. Chief Shalide, though it may be your personal desire, you can't kill us all. To Mr. Gott, who got fired up over comments made about Donald Trump as being political and inappropriate, where was your outrage for the caller that suggested George Soros had infiltrated Shelby Township? Was that comment not also deplorably political? To suggest that your decision to give the chief a second chance because you're mad about Democratic candidates makes about as much sense as the 5 minutes of incongruent rambling you did prior to that statement. Lastly, to compare your experience of being followed home by a cop in the age of carburetors and cigarette machines to that of a racial minority oppressed for centuries is probably in the top 5 of most tone-deaf and ignorant statements I've heard from a local politician. What makes Shelby Township a great community is its people, not the individual named as police chief. There are many great men and women who have been building their careers for an opportunity like Shelby Township who would do the job without a predisposition against specific groups of Shelby Township residents. To sell us out, to protect the inappropriate actions of one man is inexcusable and unforgivable. I have two questions. Number one, in light of the chief's comments, will the Shelby Township Board of Trustees call for an impartial federal investigation into the killing of Kamra Bar Mali by Shelby Township officers in 2018? Number two, will the Board of Trustees release the records of any interactions they or members of their family have had with Shelby Township Police Department? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who wants to go next?
Alison Grimm. Allison?
Allison, can you hear? Can you hear us?
We don't hear you. We'll try again.
Wait. Okay. We'll come back. We'll come back.
Robert Sembarsky.
We'll come back. We'll come back.
Robert?
Yes, yes. Sorry about that. It took me a second to get everything set up. I was just kind of collecting my thoughts there for a second. I wish I could say that I was disappointed in this board's decision tonight. However, I am not. I wish that I could say that the board did the honorable thing in releasing Police Chief Slide. However, I am able to say that I am extremely overwhelmed and have a lot of joyous support for our very diverse community. When my family first moved here to Shelby Township, this was a very sleepy suburb of Metro Detroit. This was a place that a lot of folks realized their American dream here. And I am very proud to say that in the year 2020, that Shelby Township has become one of the top destinations, not only in Macomb County, but in the state of Michigan, for both families to raise their kids here, for businesses, large corporations like Amazon, to put facilities here like KUKA, like Flexingate. I'm very proud of that. I'm very proud that we are ranked number 15 in terms of total population across the state of Michigan. And I fully expect that after the 2020 census, that number will increase and hopefully break us into the top 10. However, I am very disappointed in majority of this board's actions. I truly feel that history will not look kindly upon Stan Grout and Lynn Wilhelm and Trustee Vermeulen and Trustee Lisa. I truly feel that. I hope that our community continues to grow and continues to diversify, because diversity is not a weakness, it is a strength. And I truly feel that Police Chief Slide's comments are detrimental to the overall goals that not only that Supervisor Rick Stathkis has set for this township, but also for the goals that County Executive Mark Hackle has set for our great county of Macomb. I truly hope that you find it in your hearts to empathize with the minority citizens in this township. Thank you and have a great night.
Thank you very much, sir. Who would like to go next?
We're gonna try Allison again.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I'm just gonna, I wrote down some notes, but I want to say thank you to the chair and to Member Viviano for making a tough decision to make a statement, because this is, like I said last week when I was speaking, and I tried to emphasize tonight in my earlier comments, this is an issue that goes beyond Shelby Township. a lot of people that commented on my comments were saying that they were outraged by what I said and how I politicized it by referencing Trump or even referencing the Nazis. Okay. But what I will say is that Chief Shelby himself referenced Trump in his Twitter comment. And what Chief Shelby did was to amplify a call for violence, a call that goes beyond the constitutional limits that are set for police to deal with citizens, okay? And Trump has done this time and again. He has given out messages, racist dog whistling, okay, that have amplified the white supremacist type of ideologies, calling immigrants savages, calling people in the streets savages, and saying that law and order needs to be thrown down upon them without due process. This goes beyond the position that you were given. Your position of power is to protect the citizens and to protect our constitutional rights. Okay, so it is completely within reason to say that you are amplifying Trump's message here. And I want to note that massacres have happened. The synagogue in Pittsburgh, in New Zealand, where you had mass shooting, where 60 people or so were killed. Okay, people called Trump by name in their diatribes that they wrote to give reason to why they were doing what they were doing. So this is a very, very serious matter for you, Chief Shelby, to go and amplify this type of hate speech. This is unacceptable, and it's a liability for Shelby Township. It's a liability for the state of Michigan. It's a liability for the taxpayers of Shelby. So for people not to see that and to think, oh, I'm so safe in my bed, this shows an immense amount of ignorance, an immense amount of willful blindness to the issue at hand here. We are not respecting our citizens properly, and more steps need to be taken. So thank you for your time. Thank you for going through this process tonight.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. Who would like to go next?
Alyssa?
Well, I would very much like to thank Mr. Stapakis and Mr. Viviano. What you did tonight, your leadership took courage, real courage. And leadership takes risk. Sometimes you have to do things that may not be popular, and you did it. You followed the courage of your convictions, and you followed your morality. And I have to salute you for that. But I have to say, a lot of people have talked about race tonight. I'm sorry, but I don't even see that. Obviously, there are racial overtones to this, but the fact of the matter is you have 5 board members that took a chief of police who broadcast to the entire world that he really doesn't believe in due process and arresting people. And the reason he made these tweets is because his emotions were so out of control from watching a TV or a computer. It's just beyond the pale. I am really proud of the 2 men that stood up tonight, but I'm sorry, but I think the other 5 people just bowed to political expediency. It's an election year. Give this chief of police a slap on the wrist, even though he has made the township look terrible throughout the nation. So thank you 2 very, very much. You're very courageous men, and I sure do appreciate it. The rest of you, well, I guess you're up for re-election. That's all I can say, and you'll probably do well. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Craig?
Good evening. My name is Sarah, and thank you for taking my call. I would like to say that I am a citizen of Shelby Township. I do represent the minorities in Shelby Township. And I would say it's a good evening, but I don't feel this is a great or good evening. I am very disappointed about the decision that was made on tonight. Everyone on the board, with the exception of two members, Rick and Vince, cast their votes based solely on whether Chief Shalai was or is not a racist. You made it about a race, but the focus should have been on Chief's comments. His comments were praising hatred and advocating violence instead of protecting and serving. How dare you all turn it into a racist issue? It was all about the chief's comments. No one on the board addressed the chief's comments. Not even the chief addressed his own comments. They made it all about, is he a racist or not? I am upset. This is only going to make me get out and vote for the next board members. Thank you to Supervisor Rick and to Vince for doing the right thing, despite the unfair culture we live in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Who would like to go next?
Angela Bailey.
Hi, I'd just like to thank the board for the privilege again of taking this podium, and just like to reiterate that my views and comments are my own and do not reflect that of my employer in any way. First and foremost, I'd really like to say a resounding thank you to Supervisor Stathakis and Trustee Viviano for their votes tonight. And I especially want to applaud Supervisor Stathakis for what I feel like was the most logical argument that I heard out of all of the board members tonight. The resounding arguments that I continued to hear from the board was that his comments, specifically Chief Shalai's comments, were ultimately excusable because they were directed towards people committing criminal acts, as well as a general disdain for cancel culture or sort of an overreaction. And I'd actually like to break that apart a little bit because, to be honest with you, I actually think that there was a big lack of logic there, and it was actually mostly emotional reasoning. His rhetoric didn't describe the concept behind the stand your ground law. Like, he didn't say lethal force is an appropriate defense mechanism to an offense threatening bodily harm. He didn't say that. He actually, in fact, endorsed that he personally would like to discharge lethal force on protesters. When someone says, I wish to God I would have been there, body bags for these vicious subhumans, that is translating to, I want to kill these people. And that's very concerning. I think people need to take a step back and realize that at certain positions, their words matter a lot. As the chief of police, he has the discretion of lethal force, and that is very concerning. You could make other analogies to pilots, physicians. I'd like to, ask the rhetorical question of, even if a pilot had the most amazing track record ever, if a pilot said, I wish I crashed the plane, or I'm going to go crash a plane, I'd like to think about how many people would want to get on that plane. And I also, respectfully disagree and really don't appreciate the rhetoric that there are left-wing people infiltrating and these aren't Shelby Township residents. I mean, privately, I've been hooked into a large network of Utica high school graduates that are very concerned about this. And finally, I have to say, honestly, I'm embarrassed. I'm supposed to be your shining success story of Shelby Township. I'm a Utica high school graduate, a 3 times graduate of the University of Michigan. I'm a physician. And how am I supposed to advocate for this city moving forward when these types of things are happening? I got to be completely honest with you. I'm embarrassed and I don't know what to say moving forward. I don't want people to know that I'm from Shelby Township anymore. So thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thanks for coming.
Farrakhan.
Good evening. My name is Farrakhan. I'm from Newark, New Jersey. This is the first time I've heard of this situation or even your town. But I must say thank you first to the gentleman, Mr. Stathakis, I believe your name is, and the other gentleman that voted for removal. To me, listening to this for the first time today and hearing as much as I've tried to listen and pay attention, I have to honestly say that this is not about whether or not your police chief was saying or doing something racist. This was about your police chief who created a second identity. To the gentleman who said that your chief helped his son when he fell off the car, that was your chief being your chief officer for your police town. But that's not the man with the secret clandestine identity on Twitter. That's not the man that is in question. The man that was in question was a totally different person. And that's who you're voting or should have been voting out tonight. And I am an American. I have a, you know, I thank you for letting the entire country and world be able to participate in this, because as a citizen in America, I can come here or come to your town, Shelby, whenever I want, because I have a right to, and should have the right to live a peaceful life there when I come through, but not under the threat of a bias or bigoted mentality that your chief showed, or the other side. I don't know what name he used on Twitter, but whatever that name was, that is the person that you should have been trying to remove tonight. And the fact that your other five members didn't, it's disgusting. And I'm not saying that just because I'm a black man. I'm saying that because in general, because I didn't personally, from what I read and what I heard, it was not racist. It was racist or bigoted in its root, but it was not directly racist. He was not pointing to blacks or Latinos. The sad part and the sad reality, a large percentage of those rioters and looters and all of that were actually Caucasian, right? As we are now finding out, as we see the arrest. So when your chief was targeting people, he was targeting the red, white, and blue American. He was targeting, I should say, men like yourself, Mr. Stathakis, and all the other members of your council, or however you call it. We call it council in Newark. I don't know what you call it in your city, but you know, remember that it wasn't just black people. I don't even want to have race in it, because he was attacking Americans. He wanted Americans in body bags for them representing their discourse. And think about that too. And I hope that all of the members of your town, as they see this, and when it comes time to vote those people out.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for your comments. And who wants to go next?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I tried calling in before you guys had made a decision. My name's Rick Creighton. I actually grew up as a resident of Shelby Township. Now I live in Washington Township, just outside of Shelby Township. I actually came to the call originally to advocate for Chief Shelby being removed, and then trying to call earlier, I actually wanted to say that I thought it would be a good idea for us to hear him speak before you guys made a decision. And we did, and what was really disturbing to me was, as some other people have said, was that he never really addressed the comments. I mean, he addressed the gravity of them and the way they were taken and perceived, but I mean, to me at least, I mean, he spoke on what he said about one video, but I mean, even for you guys, and again, being a young black man myself, I don't think that, I wouldn't say it's necessarily racially charged, but something that I've been advocating for with my organization and myself is for just for equal treatment of all people. And I don't think that a police chief that advocates for to be judge, jury, and executioner on the spot, regardless of, I mean, I'm a business owner. I own a business that I do a lot of business in Shelby Township. I actually have a business address in Shelby Township. And I would honestly be extremely disappointed if I found out someone was breaking into my business and they were murdered because they were taking material possessions. Like, to me, that's, and it doesn't matter what that person is, to me, that's like a humanitarian problem. So what's really disappointing to me is to see that 5 of you have really humanitarian disconnects, and that's really disturbing, because you literally justified that it's okay to take life, or that life is less valuable than material possessions, and that's disgusting. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We will go to the next speaker.
Danny?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much for having me, and thank you for staying on and listening to the community members of Shelby Township say a little bit. I was raised in Sterling Heights, still live in Sterling Heights, and I'm in Shelby Township pretty much every day. So it's my community too. I just wanted to come on to say that I'm really disappointed by this decision. I'm really disappointed by the outcome of the vote. The police chief lowered public trust in the police department. That's what he did. And that public trust can't be won back. It can't be won back very easily, at least. And you know, the badge that the police officers wear, it means something. And when you disrespect that badge by being cavalier on social media, there should be consequences that extend past 30 days. So, you know, I was really disappointed in the outcome. Public trust is on the line and public trust was not maintained. To Supervisor Stathakis, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your leadership. I want to thank you for your decorum, for your respect for due process, and above all, for the moral clarity of your remarks tonight. You did something tonight that you will be remembered for. I'm 24 years old, but I'm telling you for the rest of my life, I'm going to tell people the story of Rick Stathakis and what he did tonight. Thank you. I also want to thank Trustee Viviano for his vote and for his stand. To the 5 members who voted to keep the police chief after a 30-day suspension, I'm disappointed and I feel like I've been let down. To all the disappointed listeners who are here with me on this call, I think there are 86 of us still. We don't have to give up. We were let down tonight, but we don't have to give up. As a community, we can keep trying. We can keep organizing. We can keep coming to these board meetings. We can keep having our voices heard. This was about public trust. Public trust was lost. We can take ownership of this community, and that's what I plan on doing. I plan on being involved, and I hope all of you do as well. Black Lives Matter, and we really need to get this community back on the right track. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate your remarks. Where do we go now?
586-170.
I believe we have what, 2 more? Okay, 2 more.
Yeah, hello?
Yes.
Yes, I just want to thank every board member. I respect everybody's opinion. I think that it's time for the board probably to go home and get some rest. You guys have taken a lot of abuse all night long from both sides. I thought it was going to end after the vote. A lot of the people that called in earlier are just continuing to call back. It seems like they're reaching out to their network to keep bashing the board members that voted to keep the police chief, and to thank Mr. Stathakis and Mr. Viviano for their vote of no, pure pressure tactics. But I think it's over now. I think a decision was made, and to continue the discussion endlessly all night long is doing the community a disservice. There's no racism. The only time there's racism is when people keep bringing it up. We're all people. We all should strive for what's good and deny what's bad. And that's it. Move forward. So thank you very much. And I hope everybody has a good night.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for coming in.
586-227.
Hey, I just wanted to say a couple more things that I think are important, and I have a suggestion for the police chief after listening to everything. First, I wish people would go out there and look at the video that he was commenting on where people were getting hit in the head with 2x4s and they were trying to destroy their fire equipment store. Happened in Rochester, New York. Go look it up. To sit here and say that he's a racist and he hates blacks and this kind of thing, and that Shelby Township is some kind of racist police state or something is totally wrong. It is not right. It's not even close to accurate. The truth is the truth. And the people that brought up Christianity, 2 things. 1, the truth matters to you Christians, and 2, forgiveness matters. Now, here's my suggestion, being that I've been here for more than 35 years. I'm going to say that the chief should take his little 30-day break, do all his training, and he should probably start looking for another job somewhere else. And that would probably be the best thing for Shelby Township. Because right now, we're a hotbed of problems now because of this. And so for the good of Shelby Township, he should be able to resign, at his will, but sometime soon. He should get through all his training and he should move on. I'm sorry to say that, but that's probably what would be best for Shelby Township. I'm sorry. And for the people that are crying race and all this, that he's a racist, you know good and well that's not true. A bunch of people have spoken for him. I'm sure there's plenty of black police officers that have worked with him that would tell you that he was not that. No lawsuits. That's got to tell you something. The guy made a mistake. Try forgiveness, especially you people that brought Christianity up. Try forgiveness, okay? And I think I've said enough. Thank you, guys. Have a good night. Get some sleep. And hopefully we'll be able to make this a better place and so on.
Well, thank you.
Stop bringing race. Thank you.
Much. Thanks for coming in. Okay, who wants to go next?
Colin Weebrecht.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So I grew up in Shelby Township, and I am currently incredibly disgusted to say that I grew up in Shelby Township as a result of not just the vote tonight, but all the individuals defending the comments made by the police chief. The idea that you made a mistake in making those comments, that he didn't know any better, that a couple of diversity training classes and a 30-day suspension is somehow going to have an impact on years, if not decades, of ingrained racism and bigotry, as if all of a sudden he doesn't seem to have any remorse for what he said and the impact that it's had at all. And everyone's saying that he should get a second chance. I wonder if they would say the same thing for George Floyd or Breonna Taylor or Ahmaud Arbery or Tamir Wright. Where are their second chances? They were killed, and they don't have the opportunity to have a second chance because they were killed as a result of racism and police violence. And it's just I'm disgusted, and I'm tired of hearing that we shouldn't talk about race, and it's the people that bring up racism are somehow creating the problem, or the idea that someone would say, I don't see color. Then you're erasing a person's identity. That's what you're saying, is that you don't see them. And when you don't see color, you don't see the disproportionate impacts and disproportionate violence of racial bias everywhere throughout our society. That's what you're choosing to ignore when you say that I don't see race, or I don't see color, or just don't talk about it and it'll somehow go away. And that's all I have to say. I'm disgusted. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Two more? Two more.
Casey?
Yes. I'm just calling to chime in on a few things. The first thing is that most of the board members who elected to keep your sheriff were talking political. For me, race is not political. It's not political at all. And for them to use that is making things kind of make me feel unsafe when I come into your community. One of your board members was really quick to offer up training. And so training has been this wild card that you can hand out when people are being racist. It's one of those things that you would see all the time. It's like an excuse for being racist. Let me give training. But what I was hearing that the sheriff already had training. And so when we got the training already, I just don't understand what more training is going to do. He's been in his job for a long period of time, and he should understand the responsibilities that comes along with the job. And for the board members to let them off the hook is just saying that you condone that. And it's kind of hard to hear a lot of people that are not of color speak of his race and where he stands in race. His record should speak for itself, but at the same time, these comments that he had online should speak for themselves. And for him to lower his standards as the police chief, the head officer over there, to the standards of to the guys in the video, it's just kind of, it's heartbreaking that it's allowed to happen. And hopefully we can get past this point, but it's sad that Shelby Township allowed this to happen. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for staying with us.
Justin?
I think it's going to be it, huh? Nope. Sure.
Everybody hear me?
Justin, go ahead. You're on.
All righty. Like I said many times since I've been on here, I've been a minority member of the community for 18 years, and all I've got to say is this whole process, this whole meeting, the way that the committee handled this, it is just the pinnacle of my experience growing up here in Shelby Township, the absolute pinnacle, completely predictable. The whole white people calling in here trying to tell me what is and isn't racist, people who don't understand my perspective, people who won't even listen to my perspective. All right, I'm sick of it. You guys don't want to hear me. You guys don't want to hear me and see me protest. Give me a reason to stop. All right, stop supporting guys who call me subhuman and is the chief of police. Give me a reason to stand down. All right, I was studying all day today. I have a class for U of M next month. I don't want to drop everything I'm trying to do for my life to be in 2020 defending basic human rights for minorities. I don't want to have to, but I will. Because what choice do I have? This is my community for 18 years. I'm going to fight for it. You guys don't want to have this conversation because it's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable living as a minority in a systemic racist society. Give me a reason to stand down. Until then, you will see me, you will hear me, we will be loud. It's going to be uncomfortable for you until you decide to make the change. The two people on the committee who decided to do the right thing and vote for him to be removed, thank you, and I hope that momentum continues. I yield my time. Good night.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in.
John Lee?
Yes. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
I hear you. We can't see you.
Thank you for the time tonight. So I just wanted to make sure I understand the sequence of events here. So we started, the chief had a locked Twitter. Somebody took some private screenshots, sent it to an individual on Twitter named Dan Lippett, basically started this whole situation looking into the charges of the chief. To my knowledge, his Twitter has always been locked to anybody from the public, and the only knowledge that I've seen into it, or the only outlook I've seen into it, is just these couple leaked screenshots. So I'm basically just wondering, can we get a full investigation of what he was saying, what his comments were, and really kind of into his history of policing? Because I've heard a lot of people say he had a 30-year record that has been perfect, and I don't have anything contrary to that, but I think it would behoove the township to have a independent investigation, kind of see the whole thing, because I really can't accept the apology of the chief until we find out exactly what he's apologizing for. So I wonder if there's more comments there that might be troubling. Also, I had another question. I was wondering who removed the chat feature on the Zoom meeting. The previous two Zoom meetings, we've been able to chat, and I believe being able to talk to and support the other community members that are on the call is important if we're trying to replicate a real world meeting. So I hope you can activate those in the future. I did want to say thank you to Rick and Vince. I kind of caught the tail end of your statements because I was having trouble with my internet, but I was wondering if there'd be a transcript of your statements that I could read. But I appreciate you guys voting in the right way. And lastly, I just wanted to say I came on here with a really open mind. And I decided that, after the chief's apology, he manned up. He said, this is my Twitter apology. He didn't try to go with a weak excuse like he got hacked or anything like that. And I felt that took courage. And I appreciated that he understood the gravity of his apology. But then when he came on today I couldn't believe what he said. It seems he was justifying every one of his comments. And I came away with the impression that he wasn't even the one that wrote that apology. He came on and justified and used the video, even though he said he was compromised by the emotion. He came on to use this video as the justification for everything that he said about people in body bags. This one video, which is, I think we should be focusing on other things like what he said about the peaceful cops that were kneeling in empathy with protesters, and that I think he said he was ashamed of them and sending the real cops. He didn't address that at all. He basically used the video to kind of, I think, draw up emotion and justify what he said. So to me, I had an open mind about forgiving him, but after that, the comments today, I came away with the opposite thought, that he didn't really even mean the apology. I couldn't believe what he said. I couldn't believe we're talking about police brutality this whole month, and instead of me watching him apologize and say, you know what, George Floyd was murdered, I stand with people that are against this. Let's try and do the right thing.
Okay, thank you. Just so you know, I'll put my comments on the website tomorrow, shelbytwp.org, shelbytwp.org. My comments will be on the website tomorrow, as you requested. Okay, what else we have here?
Questions that were.
Okay, so the discussion from the floor is now closed. Now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Huth. I understand there are some questions that need to be answered. Go ahead, Mr. Huth.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. First question is, what is the cultural training class that the chief will be taking? That is, there's two. One is from OSS, which is a company out of Texas, and our liability insurer suggested them as a possible and good source for some training. The second is more local. It's from Reverend James Friedman. Reverend Friedman has suggested 16 hours training with the police chief. And I'm reading some of my notes here, but is to provide police officers with a understanding of great diversity that exists amongst the various cultural communities, to show police officer generational differences between the various cultural communities. So anyhow, those two entities will be providing the training for the chief. Next question, I think, was answered by Mr. Stathakis, but it was along the lines of, would there be an opportunity for the community to have a forum to speak? Mr. Stathakis did mention that our community has a very good reputation for allowing public comment at its meetings twice a month. And I would imagine that everybody watching tonight would say that we are very much encouraging public comment and taking all comments as we trudge on into the early morning hours here. So that will still continue. Third question went into whether or not the board would seek a federal investigation regarding a fatality. I didn't catch the name, but it was a few years ago. I am not aware of there being any issues surrounding that or any request for a federal investigation. Mr. Stathakis, those are the only questions I have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Huth. Board members, unless there's any other questions, I think we've conducted. So I wonder if there would be a motion to.
Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Vermeulen.
Yes, sir. I respectfully request a motion to close the meeting for the night.
Support, Rick.
Go ahead. I didn't hear.
Support.
Okay, motion made by Mr. Vermeulen, seconded by Mr. Viviano. All those in favor? Well, let's go ahead and take roll, please. Thank you. Mr.
John Vermeulen.
Yes.
John Vermeulen.
Yes.
Vince Viviano.
Yes.
Linda Wilhelm.
Yes.
Lisa Casali.
Yes.
Michael Flynn.
Yes.
Stanley Grout, yes, and Rick Stathakis.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, meeting is adjourned, and we'll see you all the third Tuesday of July. Thank you. Bye now.
Happy 4th.